we didn't even know it was going to be successful.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, like I said, you guys caught lightning in a bottle. It's the perfect timing of people being locked in during the pandemic. You guys were kind of the early stars in the pandemic. Your show, it was like so a welcome from the craziness that we were all experiencing. We're experiencing everyone's wearing a mask, you're keeping away from people, and then you're, at least when you're home with your family, like, oh my God, we're not these fucking idiots. We're crazy, but we're not this crazy. Like this world is so much more insane than this new insane world that it became sort of a little bit of a panacea for us.
Yeah. I think I was telling Eric this, so we get asked this question a lot about, the state of, non-scripted, unscripted shows, documentaries, and this dramatization that you're seeing as a trend, people making very cinematic, real stories, dramatic recreations. And Eric and I, we're talking about it a lot because so much of our content is so much more surreal than anything we can even make up,
right,
or recreate. And that's what's so surreal about our process, and also just the stuff we capture.
Right.
It's stranger than fiction.
It's stranger than fiction, and it also comes off as authentic. And as someone who's worked in reality TV, it's not reality, okay? And especially the kind of reality shows you think of as reality shows, they have all these scenarios set up. They'll edit things to make them look like different things happen because they just want you to keep people tuned in for drama. So if you're following a family around, they create drama. They have scripted shit, and it feels like it, right? The thing about Tiger King and the thing about Chimp Crazy is it feels very authentic. It's crazy.
God, I'm so glad you say that because I would fly into St. Louis, drive down to the Ozarks to film Tanya, and she'd be like 3 hours late for some reason, and then she'd show up and she'd say, oh, I got to go get my eyes done. And then I would be like, Tanya, you were 3 hours late. Can I at least film you with getting your eyes done? And not once were we setting her up or saying, can you, get your lip injections? She just would say, no, I got 4 o'clock appointment with my lip injection. And we just shadowed her. So it was just her life.
Yeah. So it is authentic.
Yeah. And we also have, Eric, we're also fortunate to have an incredibly talented team that can help, create these experiences in a way on screen that make it authentic.
Well, and it's also the editing process.
We had a great team.
A credible group of team.
So as they're doing it, are they like marking down like key moments? Do they have someone who's like a stenographer or someone who's like marking down so like what to look for? Or do you at the end of the day go, that thing where she went and got her lips done, we have to have that in?
I mean, I wish we had what you just said. It would be very helpful.
It seems like
we don't.
It's pretty organic. It's pretty organic. I think there's also, you follow the core story, which was Tanya's story. We kind of knew that we had it. The minute the missing chimpanzee happened, or the supposed death occurred, so that was the story. Where's the chimp? And through that story, we're able to kind of latch on all these other things. Now, what you don't know is we shot these other stories, out of sequence. The Travis came at the very end, so we had to figure out a way to, weave it into episode 2 and weave it into episode 4. We knew we really wanted that in to serve as thematic connection to Tanya's story.
But I just have to make one big overriding point, which is that this is not a good recipe for people.
Yeah, sure. No.
Making films like this, because it's not. Because we, like there's all these sort of formulaic styles of documentaries, like a biopic, a famous person, or a takedown documentary, or true crime. What we do, and I think we've just been really lucky, is we just start filming somebody, never knowing, of course, where this is going to go, and that is not a good, smart way to make probably documentaries, because what if it goes nowhere?
Right.
I'm just bringing that up because, and so in order to do Chimp Crazy after Tiger King, we actually filmed so many different things to get to chimp people.
How do we spend less time on these things? Is what we've kind of realized.
Exactly.
It's like exhausting. It's worth it though.
Well, it seems like there's no other way to keep it authentic than to just shadow these people forever and then splice it down to 4 hours.
Yeah.
Which is like, you have 250 plus hours of footage.
250 days of footage.
It's like it's about 1,300 hours.
Okay, 1,300 hours down to 4.
Yeah. Now that's just primary camera. It's like summarizing the days. I mean,
Right.
multiple cameras, multiple
Right.
things happening in a day. Right. We were very efficient. It's an 8 to 12 hour day. We're capturing a lot of stuff in that day.
So are you archiving and like at the end of the day, so like what day this
Sure.
happened and what day that so you do make sure
There's a process. There's a field process to ingest that has kind of the notes that we have for the day. What happened? What's interesting about the day?
And are you
Gets in.
trying to form the narrative of how you're going to have the whole documentary series play out as you're doing that?
No.
Or is it just
That comes so much later.
Yeah.
Like we have no idea where it's going. Probably for the first year and a half of filming. The case of Tim Crazy, we didn't even discover Tanya until a year and a half in.
Year and a half in. What kind of
So,
made it? What made it more complicated?
we got our star.
Well, what's so interesting, Joe, and I want to come back to this about, I saw you get a little emotional with the Buck story because it was really a hard one for us to tell, but an important one to make sure we got that in. But we missed it. We missed the cover. We were going to go. Eric and I were going to go to Pendleton to cover what was happening with Buck because we knew there was a violation that occurred from the state of Oregon that basically said, Tamara, you have to do these improvements, otherwise we're taking the animal away from you. And that had happened. We thought we would cover the response to that. 4 days later, Buck was shot. And we said to ourselves, and I remember this so vividly, we have to trust our instincts. Like when we are into something, let's cover it, film it, send someone out and cover it if we need to. So we decided to film everything including our conversations and process, very meta, which ended up becoming part of the story too, which you'll see more in 4, where we have to turn her in basically. So the point with being is that the Buck story happened. We thought we'd just send this guy, Dwayne, who we recruited to kind of join the team into Festus to cover this confiscation, but thinking nothing was going to happen. The day happens, take the animals out, one is missing. And then the guy that we had sent there became friends with her, and we just had to keep following it. So this guy became essential to the story with no intended reasoning for that. So yeah, it's the making of became more interesting than the actual subject matter in a way to us, and kind of weaving that together came much later.
It's not a good formula. If you want to make money in documentaries.
I mean, I'm interested though. You're also kind of an outsider in this. But what was your kind of response to the industry, formulaic kind of way of doing things?
Well, I mean, doing what kind of things?
With reality TV programming or programming in general?
Well, I think with reality TV, it was pretty simple. I could see how it started. It was people that were involved in scripted shows. And then scripted shows somewhere around the early 2000s got decimated by reality shows. Mm-hmm. And so these people who were already respected television producers, they made their way into reality television. And then they realized some of these people were pretty fucking boring most of the time. We don't have enough time to spend 250 days to film one episode of a show, right? Which is what you guys had to do. Mm-hmm. So instead, what they do is they say, okay, today you're going to argue about what to have for lunch, And so Bob wants Mexican food, Sally wants Chinese food. You have to figure it out, and you have to go around town and figure out where to eat, and you're eventually going to decide this. And this is the place you're going to eat, you're going to be happy. And so the whole thing is the personal dynamics, the relationships these people have to each other, and then they create drama along the way. Along the way, you got to run into your friend from high school who's perfectly made up, well lit with a microphone on. Whoa! So it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's not really reality, but it's also not really a drama. It's real human beings. They're doing nonsense, and you feel it. Yeah. And then there's also reality shows that are on specific subjects, and those are bullshit too. Yeah. And then you have dating shows, which are super, super popular because who is he gonna pick? Who's she gonna pick? How's this gonna work? Yeah. We get excited about that. Or fucking these garage shows where someone shows up at a storage unit. Well, a lot of those shows they fake it. They load up the storage unit because so they can't be assured that this storage unit's gonna have some fucking pirate's treasure in it. Right, so what do? They ruin that. So they pretend that they got this at an auction. Who knows what's in it? Apparently, the guy died in a mysterious way. and there's people looking for them, we might really be onto something. And then you cut to commercial. Is that gold? Cut to commercial. Cut back to the commercial. Is that gold?
But I even thought, I don't watch any of those shows. I even thought some of these, like, nature shows, like Steve Irwin, and I know you know Forrest Gallant, but I always kind of wonder, like, is he walking through the jungle and then he suddenly finds the snake? It's got to be set up a lot of the time.
A lot of the time, I'm sure it is.
Or the crocodile.
Some of those shows, but a lot of the ones, like one of the more interesting things today is YouTube, right? Because YouTube, you have these small independent people, like there's this guy we had on called Python Cowboy.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy goes out into the Everglades every day and captures pythons.
Yeah.
And, like there's videos of him, he got bit by one, like really fucked up, his arms gushing blood, he's holding on to them. They're enormous. Yeah. There's more pythons in the Everglades than anywhere on Earth.
Burmese pythons.
Yeah, Burmese pythons that used to be people's pets or used to be a part of a reptile facility.
So we're doing our next doc series is about reptiles and the smuggling of reptiles. We have a whole section on that.
Another thing, I went down the rabbit hole last night. Nile crocodiles. I was going to the Nile crocodiles in Everglades.
I can tell you a lot about Nile crocodiles.
Tell me about Nile crocodiles in the Everglades, though. Because what they were saying is they found a few, and the ones that they identified that they've captured that were definitely Nile crocodiles came from the same gene line. So they think they came from the same genetic source. But then there was another guy that I was watching this documentary last night, or this YouTube video rather last night, where he was saying that there's like huge crocodiles that take out cattle on the west side of Florida.
No.
Yes, he was sketching me out. He's like 18 foot crocodiles.
There's like 23 or 24 species of crocodilians in the world. Right. That includes caimans, crocodiles, alligators, gharials, and the only crocs that are really, really dangerous to man are saltwater crocodiles, Nile crocodiles, mugger crocodiles. But the crocs in Florida that are native, American crocodiles, they are brackish water croc. They're not like Nile crocodiles that are in freshwater. So in Florida, you basically just have American alligators, and there's a very small population of American crocodiles that are still native, but they're in sort of the estuaries and brackish water.
They're smaller.
Which ones are smaller?
American crocodiles.
Well, they're bigger than alligators.
Are they really?
Yeah, for sure.
What's the biggest American crocodile they've ever found?
Oh, they can be big. I've seen American crocodiles, because the American crocodile, the one we have in South Florida, is the same croc that you see in coastal Mexico, goes down into Costa Rica. You can see, I've looked over, I've seen a lot of American crocodiles in Mexico, Costa Rica. They're big, they're long, longer than your alligator out there. Not that much longer, but longer.
Jamie, can you find out what's the largest American alligator or American crocodile? I was under the impression that they were smaller species than the alligators were, and definitely smaller than the rest of the crocodiles.
Check me on that.
That's an alligator.
No, that's alligator. That's alligator.
The monster cattle-eating alligator shot in Florida. Look at the size of that thing.
Okay, but that's unusual.
15 feet. Oh my goodness. Wow. Look at the size of that sucker.
But you said earlier crocodile.
Right, American crocodile. Yeah. What's the largest American crocodile, Jamie?
and the largest American alligator, right?
I think the largest American alligator was 20 feet long.
Wow, really?
Yeah,
that big?
That's the longest one we've ever found.
Wow.
I love this fact check.
Okay, here we go. 14 foot. Yeah, so they're small.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, what's the largest American alligator then?
It's bigger, definitely, for sure.
Is it really?
Yeah, because that one that we have out there is 14 feet.
Yeah. It's like when you catch a fish, right? You say it's this big. I think that's how I'm being.
Yeah, okay, 19 feet 2 inches.
Oh, Joe, you're right.
Yeah,
all right. I'm wrong.
Well, so there's a bunch of different ones, right? And the Nile crocodiles are a different animal. Like Nile crocodiles regularly get to 18 feet, and there's some really interesting reports from back in the day of much larger ones. And so the question is, like, here's the thing about alligators and crocodiles in particular. They don't die of old age. They just keep getting older and bigger. And when you introduce human beings and guns into the equation, what are the people going to shoot? They're going to shoot the biggest ones, right? So you have guns being introduced in the 1800s, and now in 2024, you can't find the really big ones. But one of the reasons for that is a really big one would take hundreds of years to get that big. So an alligator like that big fucker that they had, that the cattle-eating 15-foot alligator, that guy might be 90 years old. So a crocodile that gets to 30 feet long, which is, there was reports of ones that were longer than a 38-foot boat that these guys were on. This is a long time ago, though. And so there's all this speculation. Were these people just freaking out because it was big and they exaggerated? Is this hyperbole? Like, what is this? Well, there's the other part of the speculation is, well, for sure we know crocodiles used to be bigger. There was many species of crocodiles that were fucking enormous. Dinosaur-eating crocodiles, huge thing. What is the biggest ancient crocodile that was ever discovered fossilized? I think it's like in the neighborhood of 50 plus feet long.
I like this right now, what we're doing. And I like that you were right and I was wrong.
I like that too. You should tell me about gigantic.
Well, so my point is that, like, these things they're so different than us that it's hard for us to even imagine. Okay, the biggest freshwater croc ever was 40 feet long, 110 million years ago. What about saltwater?
Yeah.
Is that the largest crocodile period, or is it what they're all the big ones freshwater? What is that the largest, biggest crocodile fossil ever found? Okay, largest sea dwelling one, 30 feet long. Interesting. So the 40-foot long one was bigger. Interesting. So these ones that super croc, massive fossilized croc discovered in the Aguila, how do you say that? Aguila Formation in Big Bend National Park, 40 to 50 feet long, jaws with 6-inch teeth. Good Lord.
Wow.
Good Lord.
Big band.
Good Lord. 6-inch teeth. Okay, just imagine. The fucking 6-inch teeth, and it's 40 feet long. Oh my God.
I mean, I think saltwater crocs and Nile crocs might eat more people, right?
Yes.
Today.
Well, I have a friend, Jim Shockey. He's actually a professional hunter that was hired to go to Africa to shoot some of these man-eating crocodiles that were taking out these people in this village. And the footage that he got of it is so disturbing because everyone in the village is missing something. Everyone in the village is either missing an arm or missing a leg or has a bite taken out of them. And while he was there, a woman got snatched up when she was trying to do laundry. So it's a very poor village, and these people are at the mercy of these monsters that are actively hunting them. So what they do is if they want to do something like have a place where they can retrieve water safely, what they do is they put like giant poles in the ground all around. So they essentially like encase this area.
Right.
But the problem is crocodiles have figured it out. And then they go in there and just settle in, and they just wait for you. Because they can walk around on land, obviously. So they go out of the water, and then they go, oh, the fuckers, they only go in this little area. How do I get in that area? And they're watching you underwater for hours without breathing. You know,
I work a lot in Madagascar, and we have Nile crocodiles in Madagascar, but they're not as big as mainland Nile crocs. But I know that in Madagascar, it's when people go to wash their clothing around the edge of these lakes that they get, and
that's their instincts, because that's how they get deer, like these little animal species.
Every year, people die washing their clothing in Madagascar from Nile crocs.
Yeah.
But
so the speculation is that there's breeding populations of those Nile crocs in the Everglades.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. They've
Why not?
seen
Why
enough of them. See if you can find like what's the latest. Breeding Nile crocodiles in the Everglades. They have a shoot on site order for that.
I mean, it makes sense. I always wondered why there were not anacondas. And in the making of this reptile documentary we're doing, the reason that we've been told that there are not anacondas in the Everglades is that they didn't import anacondas in the way they did Burmese pythons. Burmese pythons, and what we understand, the python skin people in Thailand and Malaysia, they would collect the eggs and breed, have the babies and send thousands of baby Burmese pythons to the U.S. And that never happened with anacondas. But you think about anacondas, because they would live in the Everglades.
You're meeting the guy responsible for that tomorrow.
It's unclear if Nile crocodiles are breeding. It's unclear if they're breeding in the wild in Florida. But here's some information about Nile crocodiles and breeding in Florida. Nile crocodiles first observed in Florida in the 60s.
Wow.
Believes they have captured all the Nile crocodiles in the area. Nile crocodiles become established before they could threaten native species. Well, that's what pythons have done.
Yeah.
I mean, they might have to bring in the Nile crocs to kill the pythons.
But what's interesting about that, in the 60s, alligators were endangered.
Yes. Well, I lived in Florida in the 70s. When I lived in Florida, they were endangered.
They were an endangered species list.
People used to feed them marshmallows.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I live in Gainesville, Florida. We used to go, and then when I was there, some lady got her dog snatched, and then everybody got kind of freaked out. Everybody in the town was like, "Whoa," because they got way too comfortable with alligators. Because alligators, when they get used to people, they just lay around. So they would just sit on the banks, and we would go to the fucking park, like Lake Alice is where the lake is. We'd go to the park and hang out, and alligators would just be hanging out there. When I was a little kid, it was normal. It was normal to see alligators just sunning themselves, and they were endangered back then. And now they're not endangered at all.
And
now they're everywhere.
And crocodile farming had a lot to do with why they're not endangered. Really, from what I understand, yeah, because what took pressure off of crocs just globally, not so much alligators, but crocs in general, was when the farming happened. It took pressure off of hunting them, obviously, for skins, right?
Right.
And the farming of crocodiles has been a really, it's controversial, but it's really been a success story for wild crocodilians.
But why is that? How does it affect alligators?
Well, that's a good question. I think it was crocodile farming. You should ask. But I know croc farming in general has protected crocodilians across the board. I guess they used to hunt alligators also for skins, or am I wrong?
Oh, yeah, for sure. They still do.
Okay, so maybe
they still breed them for skins and hunt them for skins, but now they have an overpopulation problem. So I was just curious to, how would crocodile farming make that happen? I don't think that. I think it's probably just a natural reaction to the fact they weren't hunted anymore, and then they just blossomed, and it just took a few decades, and then you have enormous populations of them.
Yeah, that may be true. I know croc farming has helped crocodilians across the board.
Sure.
That's for sure.
Well, and storms patterns, right? Shifting, is that also true?
American alligators were on the endangered species list. They were very rare in the 60s. Now they're incredibly common.
Well, they were very rare because they were overhunted.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the problem. When we were talking about deer, one of the things that was established through Teddy Roosevelt, and when they set up the national parks and wildlife services in this country, they had market hunting before that, and they had wiped out everything. There used to be elk over 50 states. They used to be everywhere.
Well, the eastern elk is extinct.
Yes, exactly. And we have Rocky Mountain elk now that have been transplanted into the east. But the market hunting was a real problem. We had decimated the populations of all these things. They were just hunting deer and all these different animals and selling them for food. And oftentimes it's like bison. They would just sell their tongues, which is really crazy because bison meat is thought to be like some of the best meat, but they're pickling their tongues and sending them back east.
Wow. You're now making me think about something, and I don't know the facts, but the Migratory Bird Act is that we used to shoot birds all the time, and obviously the most common bird, or one of the most common birds, was passenger pigeons, right? And there were so many.
Fill the sky.
That would fill the sky, yeah. And then I think the Migratory Bird Act came into effect. Anyway, but you're right. Around the Teddy Roosevelt period,
because people killed off all the birds. There were so many passenger pigeons; they were fucking everywhere, and we killed them off for food
and for feathers in people's hats. Apparently,
crazy.
Anyway.
Yeah, we're gross.
So what do you think? So you have Teddy Roosevelt.
I like that you call me on stuff.
In services, you have things like Migratory Bird Act. You have things like the ESA, which had its own unintended consequences, which we actually cover in our series about stopping importation but propelling domestic interest.
Yeah,
through breeding. And the demand that's created through U.S. zoo systems that you see. So what happens next? I guess
it's really complex, and the problem is people are very dug in on their sides.
Yeah.
You have people that are very dug in with the animal liberation idea. They're very dug in with PETA and veganism, and dug in with anti-hunting. And then there's people that are ranchers, and then there's people that are very dug into animals are our property. It's quite complicated, and it's just one of those things about being a human being. Is there's nuance to most things that are important to all of us.
Sure.
And the success of wildlife is important to all of us.
It's so true. And one of the things we've tried to do a little bit is bring the animal rights groups closer together with the conservation biologist groups so that they can kind of work together, because you're right. They're so polarized.
Well, there's also the problem is, like we were talking about with BC. I didn't really finish my thought, but the reason why they outlawed bear hunting in BC is because the high population centers are all urban. So people don't have any experience with grizzly bears trying to eat their dogs, or grizzly bears killing hikers, or grizzly. They don't experience it. If they did, they'd be terrified. It's a giant predator, and you have no chance if it catches you out in the wild. I don't think we should ever kill off all the grizzly bears, but they should control the populations. And the way to control the populations ethically is you do it through hunting. As much as this seems counterintuitive to people that love wildlife, the right way to do it is you have informed, well-schooled biologists that really do a great job of managing the numbers that are in the area. And then you have people that spend enormous amounts of money to hunt those things. And then that money goes into maintaining the population and make sure that it's at a healthy balance. If there's too many bears, look, genocide, infanticide in bears is common. Almost all bears are cannibals. They eat their own babies. It's the whole thing is mad. And if they don't have enough food, or if the males come out of the if they're hibernating and they come out before the female does with their cubs, they'll actively seek out those cubs for food. Mm-hmm. And they will do less of that if there's less of them, and if there's more of a balance between predator and prey. And that's where it gets weird, because as a person who loves nature, who are we to say you should kill a certain amount of bears and a certain amount of wolves? That seems fucked. Like, we should just sort of like let it be what it is and enjoy it. But the problem is it leaks over into this strange world that we've created. And this is the reality. If you want to be able to go to Starbucks, if you want to be able to go outside and have a cheeseburger in an outdoor patio, you can't have fucking wolves everywhere. Okay? This is just reality. And we're accustomed to this artificial enclosure that we've created to keep human beings safe. And we've lost our perspective in what it means to be an animal in the world.
Yeah. No, it's something like culling elephants. If you don't manage elephants, they'll denude everything, and then they'll all die.
Well, there's that, but there's also, they don't give a fuck who planted that food. If you're in a village and your whole family survival is dependent upon you getting these vegetables that you planted, and then elephants come in and eat all your vegetables, you could very easily starve to death. And that's real too. And people don't want to think about that, because you think of elephants. Oh, elephants are endangered. Yes, they are. Elephants are hunted for their ivory. Yes, they were. But also, elephants are, Africa is fucking huge. There's not the same amount of black bears in San Francisco as there are in, rural Wyoming, right? It's because that's the environment to live. If you went to San Francisco, you're like, oh my God, black bears are extinct. But, go to New Jersey, they're everywhere, right? So it's not that the animal is that, you shouldn't have any of them. It's just like there should be places where they exist and places where they don't exist. And if you want to maintain a city, you're going to have to do something about the population of the predators. You're going to have to do something. It's just like, how far outside of your city does human control radiate? But then you have ranchers, right? Okay, if you want to have a guy who grows cows so you can eat steak, you're going to have to be able to protect this guy's crop, or it's not going to be profitable for him to do this. You're going to have to be able to protect his animals.
I completely agree. Keep animal-human conflict. If you want to keep it at bay, keep wild animals in the wild.
Right.
I would question, and I think you're right, bringing or reintroducing grizzly bears into areas where there are high densities of humans. It's a recipe for trouble.
Well, it's also completely theoretical.
And right now it's theoretical, although they did just recently reintroduce grizzlies back into Washington State.
I don't mean theoretical in the sense they haven't done it, as far as what the outcome's going to be. Like, you really don't know. And especially if they get to a point where they become bold and they're not threatened by people at all anymore. And that's what happens in certain parts of the country. That's what happens when they have too many of them in a specific area. And then they compete for resources. And it can get weird.
The outcome of Tiger King, no one knows this, but I'll tell you this. I don't think anyone knows it publicly. But, a few things happened. One thing, this federal law called Big Cat Public Safety Act was passed, largely because of Tiger King. But the other thing we did just sort of privately is we donated $1 million to tiger conservation in India, and one of the countries where tigers are still doing quite well. And so we went to visit the program last September in India, and it's just was so interesting because we're talking about bears attacking people in India. They do live with tigers, and they do have obviously a certain amount of people that get killed every year.
How did you find out about me? Amazing. How are you? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream at like 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. So I've been doing so live on the internet for more than 3 years. This is the most amount of data that any single individual has ever uploaded to the internet in global history. We're live on 33 different platforms right now, including YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, and many others. I talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society, like mind uploading technology, life extension technology, dark energy, dark matter, faster than light travel, alien disclosure, just to name a few. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to tell you a little bit about what I do. How are you? Where did I find information on? Yeah, sure. So let me tell you more about it. Other things that we talk about are, like, for instance, something called de-extinction. Have you heard of de-extinction, Vicious? That's okay. I can elaborate. So in the year 2003, the first successful de-extinction took place of a Pyrenean ibex. The ibex is a species of goat that went extinct in northern Spain, southern France due to hunting. The Pyrenean ibex was reintroduced, or well, at least brought to uh, brought to life for 7 minutes, which was considered a major scientific accomplishment. Fast forward to the year 2021, where we have a company called Colossal Bioscientific that's founded that has set a goal by the year 2028, so within the next 3.5 years, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using a hybrid of the African elephant. So essentially, within the next 3.5 years or so, a company is planning to de-extinct the woolly mammoth, reintroduce it into the Arctic Circle. Once they complete the woolly mammoth, they want to introduce or reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. That's just the extinction. We talk about a lot of fascinating topics as well. So, Vicious, here's some really interesting things. You're a streamer on Kick. That's amazing. I don't know anything about you, but I can tell you this. You're savvy, you're connected to social media, you're connected to the internet, and eventually you're going to be able to diversify your portfolio with cryptocurrency. Well, what does that mean? Okay, you're just going to be a rich person someday. You're going to be a very influential individual. You're a creator, you're not a consumer. You're producing content, and that's phenomenal. So what does that mean for you in the future? You're going to be able to utilize certain types of technologies like stem cells that will allow your cell regrowth to occur faster and metabolism faster. You'll be able to utilize human growth hormone, which can make you stronger. And you can utilize inversion therapy, the blood of youth for older people, in order to increase the amount of platelets that they have and extend life. Additionally, you may be able to utilize cold shock therapy and nootropics and all kinds of other futuristic technology that may be able to make you live longer. But that's only going to get you to age 80 or 100 or 120 ambitious. I want you to live longer. And this is what I talk about on this stream. I not only talk about life extension technology, but even better, I talk about mind uploading technology. What do you talk about mind uploading technology, Rabbi? Mind uploading technology. When we take that beautiful brain of yours and we scan it into a computer, like an MRI or a CAT scan, where we know where every single atom is in your central nervous system. And we upload that data into a computer for later download. You can download it as an avatar, an android, a cybernetic being, a clone, a a, um, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. You can be whatever you want to be, and you can live essentially a digital immortality. If no one's told you this before, Vicious, I'm glad that I have that first opportunity and the great privilege to tell you that I don't think you're going to die, and you should be very excited about that. Very interesting. It's excellent. Well, you should know that I'm always online. Yes, absolutely. And people are able to get stem cells. Absolutely, people are able to utilize those types of therapies today. People are able to travel to get stem cells. And hopefully, in the future, people won't have to travel and they'll be able to get stem cells locally and be able to boost their immune systems, be able to live longer lives and more fulfilled lives. You're a creator. That's key. I am a creator. I'm going to be able to take care of you in the future. Why? Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making that true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource. They stated that data was more valuable than food, than water, than petroleum, than gold, than anything. And I have more data online than any person ever. This is essentially a time capsule. If you know what a time capsule is, this is an archive that goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a very exciting opportunity for the world, and I'm glad that I have the opportunity to share it with you. Absolutely. You're great. No, you're great. So you should know this. I'm always online. Whenever you're bored, come on in here. I want to hear about your day. I want to hear about how things are streaming. I'll check in on your stream when you're streaming. Make me, tell me about how you're doing. Once again, just pop in and say, hey, how you doing, Rabbi? We'll become good friends. Absolutely, absolutely, 100%. Vicious. I'm so glad that you're here. I'm so glad that we've had the opportunity to meet. Absolutely. Whenever you would like, I'm here for you. I hope you have a wonderful day and thank you for stopping by. Oh, you're wonderful. Excellent. Your English is beautiful. Vicious, I want you to know this. Your English is beautiful. But guess what? In addition to streaming my life and being a rabbi and being a certified project management professional and being a developer, I'm also a certified English teacher. So I will help you. When you're here and we're alone, not right now, but some other time, when you come in here, we'll go through a glossary. If you know what a glossary is, a glossary is words that are related, that give the word and a definition. And we'll work on your vocabulary. Your English is very good. I want you to know that. We're just going to work on the amount of words that you know, and you'll be as good an English speaker as you ever want to be. But I want you to feel very positive about yourself. I hear a lot of non-native English speakers every single day. Your English is beautiful, Vicious. Absolutely. You're welcome. Absolutely, my friend. I look forward to our friendship, and you have a wonderful day, and we'll catch up soon. Take care, my friend. Peace out. That's Vicious, everyone. Shout out to Vicious. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Hi.
see them existing. It's incredible. It's better than any movie. It's like it gives you a vitamin that you didn't know you needed.
Yeah.
You know, like the feeling that you get when you go out in the sun, like maybe you've been indoors in the winter and then there's a nice sunny day in the spring. Everybody's outside in the park. Like, give me my vitamins, right? Doesn't it feel like that? You're lying down, you're like, give me my vitamins. That's what it feels like on a nice sunny day in like Central Park, right? That is there's a vitamin that we get in the wilderness that we don't know we're lacking. I think it's a part of being a person. I think it's a part of being interconnected to every life form that exists wherever we are. And we don't think we are because we live in an apartment and we play Nintendo and we're locked into this thing that human beings have created, but we're missing something. And it's not as extreme as Tonka being trapped in that lady's basement, but it's in the neighborhood. There's something about it that's real similar. There's something about it that's real weird, where our own prison of our own choosing is not good for us.
And it's interesting, all of the characters in Tiger King and Jim Crazy have never seen chimps or tigers in the wild or had any interest. They were just interested. They didn't have the
They just want to control.
They didn't have the intellectual curiosity that you would think they would have to see them in the wild.
I'm not shocked.
Yeah.
I do have a question though, really important. The chimp with the McNuggets, chicken nuggets, does he open up the sauce and dip?
Yes.
Did you show him dipping?
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I
dipping.
think he just went like this, but
he sucks it out.
But they are dexterous enough, and they have eaten so much McDonald's, they do know how to do that.
So they do dip the nuggets in the sauce.
I don't think it's in that shot.
No, I've seen they actually peel it with their mouth.
Yeah,
they peel the wrapper off.
Right,
They don't like wrappers.
But do they dig in with the nugget and get it in the
I think they just
honey
squeeze it in
mustard
their mouth.
sauce?
Oh, not dipping.
I like that question.
That's a good one.
We were confused.
Yeah.
He's gonna dip, and then cut away.
I mean, that sauce toss moment was just so surreal.
Amazing. You want your sauce?
Surreal.
Get your sauce.
Yeah,
It was so surreal.
Incredible.
They know too much. Like just the communication. Get that piece of paper, and he gets the paper and brings it back. They knew too much. It's too creepy. It's so weird. I mean, you guys did an amazing job of capturing it, and thank God you found that one nutty lady. She really glues it all together. But everybody should watch it. It's really good, and everybody should watch it also because you have to know that that's a thing. Like you don't know what people are really capable of until you watch like a serial killer documentary and you go, oh, Jesus Christ, that's the thing?
Yeah.
So you don't know that people are keeping chimps in their house until you watch your show and you go, oh, that's the thing?
But it wakes you up from human confinement to the symptom you just described of urbanization and coastal bubbles.
Yeah.
It's kind of people are like, oh my God, this is America? Like, what are you of course, like, go outside 45 minutes away from where you live.
Right. I didn't know it was a thing, and I've been involved with animal people my whole life. So yeah, it's a thing. Monkey moms.
So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
If you let people do it, they'll do it.
There's some strange obsessions in this world.
Yeah, if you give people free license to do it, I mean, it's one of the great things about being American. You have so many freedoms. There's so many things you could do.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also like at a certain point in time, we got to wake up and go, hey, putting a dolphin in a fucking swimming pool is evil. And one day when AI can transcribe dolphin communication, we're going to probably realize they're as smart as us. And that's where it gets really, really, really scary, is that we have been engaging in a form of indentured slavery. We've captured them. We've raised them. From the time they're a baby, they've been in captivity. The whole thing's completely disgusting. And yet it's a normal part of life. And until Blackfish, most people weren't even aware that it was a thing or what it actually was. When you see orcas behave in the wild versus the way you see them trapped in those swimming pools, it's torturous. Their skin's falling off and the whole thing.
Yeah. But think about this. 100 years ago, you can go to the Bronx Zoo, see a boy in a cage out of Benga. It was a photo is remarkable.
They kept in a cage.
Right, what year was that? 1913? Was it 1920s? Was it 20s maybe?
He ultimately shot his brains out. Even people then knew that Atabanga, this basically a indigenous man from West Africa with these
1912 or something like that.
Anyway, but even then people were disturbed to see a human being next to a gorilla.
And he was in a cage by himself?
I think he was in the ape house at the Bronx Zoo.
Well, first he was brought to the World's Fair on display.
Wow.
To show.
There he is. There you go.
They shaped his teeth down to be more like fangs.
Oh my God.
Shark teeth.
1904. There it is.
So when you were at the Bronx Zoo?
So he died in 1916. That's right. Okay, so he was an exhibit in 1904.
Turn of the century. Yeah.
Yep. So that's our history.
Right.
1964, Bronx Zoo. This incredible. I love this image. It was an exhibition, right? The world's most dangerous animal. And it's a reflection.
Yeah.
It's a mirror with bars, and you walk into it and you see yourself.
Wow!
But they were
really cool.
They were
it's
conscious
really
of that in
cool.
1964.
1964.
Well, it was 20 years after we dropped a fucking couple of nuclear bombs.
This is a.
But how cool is that image?
That is cool. That's you would never have that today.
The most dangerous animal in the world is us, which is, so true.
Well, it certainly is numerically.
Yeah.
And also just the impact we have overall. We're a sketchy group. But we know more about us because of stuff like what you guys have done. So thank you very much. Cool. It was really fun talking to you. And did HBO fund this, or did you guys bring it to HBO after it was done?
We cross kind of midstream. So we kind of typically what we do is we figure out if we have something. We self-fund and develop something until we get to a point where we think it's ready.
I mean, Tiger King, I almost finished it before I brought it to anybody.
So I think now we have the ability to kind of control output in terms of control of what the ultimate product can be. It was a little bit harder back then. But yeah, it's we can figure out if it's worth it or not, and then we take it out.
But Joe, thanks for having us.
Yeah. My pleasure. You guys nailed it twice. Shane Crazy is really good. And of course, Tiger King was awesome too. And what I said, I really mean. I think you guys are doing something that's you're giving us a better understanding of humans, through this very strange lens of watching these very bizarre people and their psychological misfortunes. Like whatever it is about them, whatever unfortunate aspect of their mind, the way they interface with the world, allows them to do that. It gives us a better understanding of ourselves. I really think so.
So I appreciate you having us.
My pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Really cool.
And please finish the show.
I will. I was just bummed out last night. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks so much.
My pleasure.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Stream by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Yeah, I've watched so many people get their legs broken.
Yeah.
And I see it in like jujitsu videos all the time where someone's like going for a heel hook and then you hear this crack and the guy screams in agony and then everybody's like, whoa. It's horrible.
Yeah, and the arm, there's the million arm wrestling videos.
Oh, I saw a guy in a girl arm wrestling. The guy broke the girl's arm. Like, what the fuck, man?
I was just like, how does that? Because I don't want to do it ever again, really.
Arm wrestling?
No, I think it's stupid. But like for me to get involved in, but like even when I'm just like, well, why is this happening? And there was these two competitors, like pro arm wrestlers, were like, well, you never want to get away from your body. So they're like arms break once they're out here. So you always keep your arm in tight. Like arms don't break when you're here.
Right.
But once you get extension, they're like that's when
it's the dumbest macho thing that we do.
For sure. I
Okay,
did it with you once. I did it with you in Louisville. Do you remember? It was a horrifying experience. It was after we did a show in Louisville at the club. I think it was tied to a UFC.
Okay.
One of those. It was back in the day. And we went to a bar afterwards. We were shooting pool. Somebody said arm wrestling. And you're like, you want to do it? I was like, sure. Dude, I couldn't believe how strong you were. I mean, I knew you're strong, but I was like, you're like, go. And I was like, I am going, dude. Like, I couldn't get any fucking movement.
Well, you're fucking that dude that works for you. That was the most
That
ridiculous.
was hilarious. That was.
Do you think he just does that because he just wants attention?
No, I think, I mean, there might be a little bit of that, but I really think that's Annie. He has this thing. I mean, it's probably just, you know, it's part of his wiring. It's probably gotten him somewhere in life in some ways where he
Being
just goes,
delusional.
being delusional about I can't lose. Like if somebody says I can beat you, like I can't beat you, you're like, what are you talking about? And then when you were pulling up, I was like, why don't you fucking ask him? Because I already knew that it was going to happen. And then he also loves to gamble. I was like, yeah, I'll take that action. So yeah, that's Annie. And yeah,
But he's not even a strong guy. That's why I was so confused. I was looking at him like, you want to arm wrestle? Like,
yeah.
You're not even a strong guy. Like, you don't like. There's probably a lot of things you could do better than me. But this one
you got. Yeah.
This is silly.
But
that's silly.
It is funny how our capacity for delusion is just incredible.
It can serve you well.
It can.
If you get lucky, right?
Yeah, I think the two things I think about, one of my friends was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer, and he found out at stage 4. Oof, right? Like, had to go to the hospital, like, because his wife was like, you're fucking sweating and you're, you know, heavy breathing. It was after one of my shows. And so they go, and then the next day, they're like, stage 4 lung cancer. And all the doctors were like, you know, we're just gonna say goodbye to your friends, you know? And his brother found the expert, like in this specific type of, because there's in oncology, like really specialized types of cancer and treatment. And I remember talking to him, and he was like, I'm gonna beat this thing. And I was looking at him, and I was like, you're so stupid, like, like you're definitely gonna die. And but the thing is, I saw that he believed it, 1,000% believed it.
Yeah.
And as he got better, I was like, this guy's fucking delusion is serving him. Like, I think most people, like, I remember when my uncle got a mesothelioma, and he was like a high level urologist at the Mayo Clinic. And I remember when I was talking to my dad about it, he was like, yeah, he's too smart he can read the labs. He knows what he has. Like, he's too smart to go like, I'm gonna beat this thing. You know what I mean? Like, you're just so well versed.
But is it a delusional thing, or has that guy had other success in life because he's just super determined?
I mean, he's certainly a determined guy and successful in what he does. But what's up, big head Steve?
Yo, big head Steve.
But I really was like, I credited this guy's, like, it felt like a level of delusion to believe you were going to survive.
But if he's correct, and he was correct, it's not delusional.
Correct, yes.
Right?
But you always
kind of crazy.
It is kind of crazy.
But the doctors are like, you're dead.
Mm-hmm.
And what if he just decides I'm dead, and he starts freaking out, or maybe he goes to Oregon and gets assisted suicide?
And so many people go down that path, right? Like, but you're right.
They're whacking people left and right up in Canada.
Yeah.
If you're depressed, like, you're not feeling good, come on in.
Sign up.
Fucking sign up for the program. We'll get rid of you. They'll just kill you.
In Europe, in the Netherlands, don't they do that? Somewhere
I don't know. I'm sure it's other countries, but it's a recent thing in Canada where they're just whacking people.
I didn't know they were doing that.
Yeah. See, Google it, because this is something you'll actually find on Google. It's like, it's assisted suicide in Canada.
The other delusion that because I just watched the Scott Peterson.
Is that the Lacey Peterson?
Yes.
So is that one? Is the new one where people are saying maybe he didn't kill her?
No, it's essentially it's fantastic. It's on Netflix. I think it's a 3-part docuseries, and it begins with, it's like this reminder. It was 20 years ago,
right?
Time just, like, oh shit.
What was that story? How did that one?
So that one,
Canada's controversial medically assisted death program is fastest growing in the world. Since suicide became legal in Canada, the number of deaths has grown each year. So this is August. So this is just last month. So what is it saying in terms of the numbers? Most recent data shows 13,241 people in 2022. Wow,
that's quite a
a jump, bro. So 2022 is 13,000. Who knows what 2023 and 2024 is?
Oh man,
They're whacking people up there.
that's pretty
Yeah,
wild.
feeling good. Come on in.
Come in.
Come on. We get foot hurt.
My leg hurts.
I just get in here.
Get in
Fuck
here.
life.
Yeah.
Fuck life.
That's a great tap out fucking option.
It's great. I mean, what is this? Is this like? Is it a kind of eugenics? Like, what is it? Like, what is it? I mean, you could say it's being compassionate, and in some cases, like Michael Lair, he went to Oregon,
Yes.
but Michael Lair his body was failing so horribly he couldn't talk anymore.
That was ALS.
Yes.
Wasn't that the same thing that was ravaged that? What was the famous woman that it was a huge international case here? Do you remember? Terry Schiavo? Was
Right.
it Terry Schiavo?
I don't know if she had the same thing.
But she had this horrible, debilitating.
Yeah,
disease.
and you're still alive. And
Yeah.
at the end, it kept getting worse and worse. And it wasn't getting better, so he went to Oregon to do it. He actually went to Oregon once and then changed his mind, came back.
And when you sign up for that in Canada, can you just go like, that's just what I want? Doesn't matter.
I don't know. I don't know what the rules are, but I know that some people are very upset about it because you're taking people that maybe you could talk them off the ledge.
Yeah.
Maybe they could have got better. Maybe with some love and some friendship and some counseling and some therapy.
That they wouldn't take that option.
Yeah, maybe they'd be happy.
Yeah.
I've known quite a few people that have taken their own life.
Yeah, I know a few that have done it too. And it's always super sad. I mean, because I don't know anybody that's done it, with the exception of Michael. I don't know anybody that's done it in the case of
Like a medically assisted.
No.
Michael's the only one.
Yeah.
But there's Brody.
Yeah.
Brody was a hard one. There's my friend Tony, who's a pool player up in San Francisco. He jumped off the bridge.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. There's a spot where everybody goes.
Yeah, one of my college, I had jobs. I worked when I was in college. I worked the whole time. I had part-time jobs, and one of my coworkers did. It was fucking terrible, man. Like our boss went to his apartment, and found him there. It was terrible.
For some people, they don't think it's ever going to get better.
I know.
And if you don't have support around you, you don't have someone that can pick you up. And it's crazy how someone can pick you up. It's crazy how you can be just feeling like total complete shit, and someone who cares about you can come over your house, take you out, have some laughs.
Yeah.
And you're like, I think I feel better.
Yeah. Yeah.
We feel better around people.
Yeah.
Some people are super isolated too.
That's the dangerous one.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the things I realized as I got older is you don't realize how many people are lonely in this world.
Right.
Like you get older, I'm saying, because you encounter more people,
Mm-hmm.
and you talk to people who, like, you realize you have this like full life that you could take for granted. Like you have family, you have friends, you have these things going on, and then you meet people who they don't have any of that, and they're alone. And
There's a lot of those.
There's a lot of people that are very lonely.
Well, there's also this internet culture too, right? So there's people that don't have actual physical contact with anyone.
Yeah.
So all their interactions with people online.
And so that's a dark place too.
They're streaming all day and chatting all day on Instagram and jerking off, and it's madness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not a path to fulfillment. Is isolated online.
No.
And also, you don't. Sometimes I don't have it to that degree, but you're online for a while on something, and then you go into the real world, and you're like, oh yeah, I was just living in this make-believe place.
Right.
I didn't realize it's not real.
Right. You live in this make-believe place, and you're not having any of the normal human contact that we thrive on.
Right.
All your contact is like this weird, like displaced, not connected. It's all weird.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like if you go to someone's Twitter profile and you see that they're online 12 hours a day, just fucking barking at people. Like a dog.
That's giving them
like,
some charge.
Yeah. It's like an annoying dog next door.
Just baiting
Bro.
people all day.
Speaking of baiting, did you watch the debate? Yeah. This episode is brought to you by The Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. there's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Bro,
I forgot.
let me tell you, before I say anything, I just want to say, whoever's helping her, whoever's coaching her, whoever's the puppet master running the strings, fucking amazing job.
She did a great job.
They did an amazing job from the moment Biden drops out, forcing Biden to drop out. Right, whatever they're doing, whoever's writing those speeches, getting her to deliver and coaching her, she's nailing it. She nailed that one speech. She's like, "Say it to my face."
Oh, yeah,
She
nailed it, dude.
And then last night, to me, when I was like, "Oh my god, this is jujitsu," where she's like, "If you go to his rallies, his crowds are boring. They're tired.
They're
they
all
all
leaving
leave.
early."
My crowds are the best crowds.
Oh,
I have
yeah,
the number one
yeah.
crowd." He couldn't help himself.
And she got him. She baited him on that. She walked him right into it.
100%. 100%. See, the difference in that debate was not a difference in like who's going to have better policies, who's going to be better for the country. The difference in the debate, in my opinion, was who was better prepared.
Mm-hmm.
She was way better prepared.
Yeah.
And even when it came to answering tough questions, instead of answering, she would just say things that she believed.
Yes, sure.
And they sounded real good.
Yeah,
And that's a soundbite.
that's called being a savvy politician.
It's also called being someone who's working with a team versus someone who's like,
I don't need
they
fucking-
said Trump, that deal was the best deal. They've never seen a deal like this before. They said, how did you put that deal together?
People would say that was just brilliant. Yeah, I know. It's like,
That's he's not working with a team that's like, I mean, I know he's doing like mock debates. I know he did one with, I think he did one with Tulsi Gabbard, but someone needs to like tell him, like, you've got these tiny little windows and you should have all the words ready for those windows.
he
There should
started
be
out.
no repeating things.
Yeah, he started out strong. Because I, out of the gate, everybody can't help but get in their own way with who they are, right?
Rabbi Rothschild, thank you for being here. I stream my life 24/7, 365. I'm him. I've been dick so long, it's like a fucking fire hose. It's like a fucking fire hose, people. This fucking bed is that's so much crap. Dude. Well, it's not that. Choose it yourself. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Yeah. Good, I can hear you. Hello. What's good? How are you? Excellent. I stream at like 24/7, 365 with peace. I don't want war anymore. Good. Whoa. Dude, what is this bullshit? Are you fucking me? Here we go, baby. Where's it go? Hell yeah. That's my boy! That's my boy! Give it a shot. Welcome, welcome. How you living, Ken? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Pleasure to meet you. How are you? Welcome, welcome. How you living? Good, GLL. You're watching football. It's Sunday. Fantasy day, baby. You have a fantasy team. Team each other. How are you? Hope you're doing well. What's up, Tim? Just living the dream, baby. How are you? Excellent. Hey, what's going on? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream at like 24/7, 365 for World Peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. This is more data than any person has on the internet. Some interesting things that we talk about on the stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, alien disclosure. We talk about life extension technology and de-extinction. We talk about mind uploading technology. We talk about fission power, fusion power, tidal power, geothermal power. We talk about things like desalination plants to cleanse water so that people can drink it to end world thirst, additionally giving wells and life straws. In order to end world hunger, we talk about floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses. We talk about cloud seeding. We talk about vertical farming. We talk about absolutely. I said that first sentence. I stream out 24/7, 365 for World Peace. We don't want war anymore. Excellent, man. Yeah, I don't want war. I want to end with wars. I want to end with hunger. I want to end with fear. How are you? Excellent. Absolutely. As do I. We will do that to have specific differences. Well, you have a good friend in Arnold. You're fortunate to be Arnold's friend. And any friend of Arnold is a friend of mine. So you should know that you're always welcome here. Whenever you want to chill, I'm always available. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. That's very sweet. No, dude, he's being really nice. He's a very good friend. Yeah, he is. Well, you take care of him. Arnold, whenever you have time, you come on in here. I'm going to keep working on my box. You have a wonderful day, okay? What's that? Congratulations. That's amazing. That's exactly what you need, man. That's great. Well, congratulations. When you know more about it, come tell me about it, okay? Well, congratulations. And absolutely, well, everybody needs to start somewhere, and it seems that you got the right opportunity. So you should know that's really good. If there's anything you can do to help you, please let me know, okay? Word dog. We can play games. We can play games. Absolutely. Exactly. That's right, baby. Sounds great, man. You take care, Arnold. Take care, Arnold, friend. Pleasure to meet you. Take care. Welcome, welcome. How are you, Jacob? Not so much. Just working on that spot. How about you? Did I get opportunity? There you go. They beat school. They did it 28 points. We had a really big difference. Apologies if I'm distracted. I'm working on this other body. Pardon me? No. Yeah. Right. You got it, man. They're starting to tear shit up, though. I got them working on, like, I got like 8 of them now. So I'm just doing some testing of them. Watch them, make sure they do what they're supposed to do. Dog, I'll teach you right now if you want. Easy. Yeah, you do. Okay, do you have an Android phone? Perfect. That's all you need. I got it going on 5 different Android phones with an arm's length of me right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right there. So what you want to do is there are a bunch of programs. I like one called Click Assistant. It's CLICKASSISTANT, and a Click Assistant. You just go, it's called Click Assistant, and then what did you say? You want to look it up in the Play Store. Yeah, and then you see options to download. Yeah, it's the auto clicker one. But, just a moment though. Is it like white and teal? Okay. Yes. They all kind of I knew it sounds funny. They're like, I should say they all look like that. Just one moment. Let me look. Mine, the one has a finger and a phone. The finger is like a pink. Is what? No. Oh wait, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah. Okay, you got it. The hand is like each color. Perfect. Yeah, that's what you want to download. Okay. And there are like videos that you can use. The big thing that you have to do is get your permissions right. So it'll ask you like, hey, do you want to like, will you give us permission to draw over apps? And you just say yes. Yes. Everything. Yeah. bottom, do you see a teal button that says start? Let me see what it says. Yeah, bottom. Yeah, just do start new script. Did a little menu show up? Yeah, that was just okay. So at the very bottom, it should say start service. There's a teal button at the very bottom that says start service. Okay. Just one moment. What did you say? Yeah. Like, okay. Right. Okay. Do you see at the bottom it says start service? Here. Yeah, you see it? Okay. Go to start service. No, don't watch it. Just, right. Okay. You can just hit cancel. Okay. Then, like, you should have this little menu on the side. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Press the bullseye, and then that's where you click. So like press the bullseye, and then like move that around on the screen. You should see like a number one, and so like with mine. Okay. So just what kind of code? No, just one minute. Can you see my screen? Oh, yeah. So if you want to stop that, every time you touch the screen, there's a menu. Oh, and you should see a done button. Just press the done button. Okay, good. And then do you see a minus button on the hit the minus button and it'll delete all the little ones that you don't want, starting with the most recent. Okay. So then like fine. See I have the Tic Tac here. So I'm just gonna quickly program one for you. So I'm gonna take the bullseye. The first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have it be a long hold. So it will hold down and not just click it. I'm gonna have it go to app info. That's just a quick click. I'm gonna go over to like force stop. and I can have it forced up. I can have it go back. So this one is just going to be a free, like only 3 steps. I come over here, I hit play, and it's going on its own. It's going to long hold it, then it's going to open, and then it's going to go back. Exactly. 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 So you've got everything that you need now. So like, I don't have a game on my phone, but basically, what you do in the game, did you go to it? Did you go to it? It'll it'll help you in your yard. Exactly. So do you get how it works? Hey, so you got kicked, right? Okay. I'm going to show you what my robots are doing. Yeah, I did. He's super cool. I mean, not that I know anything about him, but like, I mean, he just like he has different people. I think in different categories, and I saw the category he or moderator put me in was family, which means that basically, right? Well, they did for a while, but yeah, I am just chilling in there. Yeah, he was. But I mean, that tells me this is what's really cool about it. It tells me that they know that I am streaming internet, yet they recognize that, well, not like I got their endorsement, but they didn't kick me out. And everybody else kicks me out. So that's really cool. Okay, excellent. Now what I'd like you to do, if you would please, is go to, okay, do you see where it says categories, just chat? Yeah, but like, I think just chatting is one of them. I think just chatting is one of them. Just no. Just go to just chatting. Then at the very top, it should say like live streams and then clips. You see where it says clips? Okay, just one minute. Let me look at this. You're on Android, right? Android, right? Okay. No. Not on Android. So when you click just chat, at the very top, you should. Okay, I'll just show you my screen. Okay. Do you see just chat? Yeah. Do you see just chatting? Do you see? Do you see right here? It says live channel. Right next to it, it says clips. Click on clips. Start scrolling down the clips. Just see what the most recent clips were in titles. See what they were on. Okay. Just see how many there are. Am I playing a video game? No. No. These are clips that I made a clip on that clips other people's streams. So it makes me dominate like every fucking clip. Like, do you see how many clips of mine there are? Do you see how many clips of mine there are? No. Do you see how many clips of mine there are? Go to that tab that says clips and just scroll down. Here, I'll do it and I'll tell you how many of mine I can see. This is okay, good. That's what I'm saying. You should see a lot. So basically, my goal is just to have these bots go to the point where they. Oh wow, very surprising actually. There aren't more. I should have more. So I have to kind of have to check out why I don't have more. I should have a lot. So I know one of the devices I was just using with you, and just one moment. It tells me that okay, so I see a few of the issues. Just one moment. I'm going to want you to check it in about 5 minutes. So when I say like, hey, I'm looking like robots, you'll be able to see like what they did. Yeah, there was only one in there. That's not what I usually have. Yeah, but even still, there should be like, out of the 20 that they show, there should be like 10. Right. Yeah, you could do that. And let me check right now. Okay. Oh yeah, they banned all my accounts. And I tried to bring on here earlier today, like, hey, I'm gonna offer them like a peace offering. I won't spam you if you let me stream. And they were like, nope. So like, all right, if that's how you want to do it, you can play that game. Right. Exactly. Agreed. We're getting there. People have said Rabbi Rothschild is the most famous person on Kick, and he doesn't even stream on Kick. And that just means the world to me. It tells me that my plan is working. All right. So as I checked, these strings should just be littered with Rabbi. So one moment, I'm gonna check. Steve, what the deal is, because the top line category, the browse, 5 categories, I want all, I guess, 5 channels, game, IRL, but just just check 5 channels. Let's look at them. The first clips, for example. Yeah, pretty well. So you like Amaranth is one. If you look at her clips, I think like 15 of the top 20 are mine. Yeah, this bitch is everywhere. She's one of the top OnlyFans bitches on earth. That's what that is. Yeah, yeah. Unstoppable. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Some things it'll work really well on. Others it won't. Wow. That's a really nice thing to be excited about. Yeah. this should be all done by next week, you said? No, 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 I'm happy to figure it out. I don't have my time showing, so they might come up with something. Not sure. So for now, you do it another time. This is real quick. I don't know everything so or which, yeah. Okay, so like this person who's on the top page, if you go to their clicks, it's X stocks. They're the top person. Just go to their clicks, and you'll see what my bots have been doing. Well, just go. It's X Stocks. No, it's doing something with Haley Welch. Exactly. No, you're good. Just you look at the clips. It's fine. If you can't see it, no big deal. If you look, it's in there about. There's an about, like communities, categories. If you look at clips, I can see it's working. If you can't see it, it's okay. It's no big deal. Yes, sir. Oh, robot style. If you can, come at like midnight your time or later. If you can. I know you can't though because your brother, but seriously, Zoom and Riser and I play every day at like 2 in the morning my time. But like sometimes earlier. Like basically right before you go to bed, come in here and we'll get something going. Hopefully, okay? Excellent. Sounds like a fine stand. You take good care. Peace, bro. Have a good time.
They're both about the same age, I believe.
34 maybe?
How old is Khalil? I think Pereira's 35, and I think
35?
Khalil is probably in that same range. Alex,
37.
Wow. How old's Khalil?
Wow.
Yeah, so
I had no idea he was that old.
37.
But that's like 34.
And fighting well.
it's
yeah,
37
well.
Amazon Warrior years.
You
know, it's like, yo,
and you don't
whatever,
have a lot of
man,
damage. I was 36 on mine.
Khalil's 34.
Speaking of superheroes.
Yeah, he doesn't. He has some damage though. Some kickboxing fights. He got
Yeah,
stopped.
that's true.
And the one with the bad one with Izzy. That was a bad one. That was a bad KO, and that's a weight drain KO.
Yeah, definitely.
KO at 85. I mean, it just Izzy caught him with that perfect right hand.
Well, it is too,
Two of
because when
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
that fight like Roy Jones, amazing, but an amazing athlete. He was so much faster than everybody he fought, but if he could keep his hands down,
Right.
he'd still never get hit. But when he started to slow down,
Right.
everybody knocked him out. So that's
I
why I
think-
asked how old Pereira was, because I'm like, maybe when he slows a bit and the hands are down,
Yeah, that's a
that's when that
problem.
button starts to get pushed.
I think this is my opinion. With Roy, what happened was he went up and he fought John Ruiz, and then he went
Yeah,
down
wasn't
and
the
he
same.
fought Tarver.
I don't think it was.
He
the
was
same
not
after
the
that.
same. I think, and I don't know, but I would imagine if you want to get really big,
Hey, what do you do?
there's not a lot of ways to get really big.
Right.
How do you go from 168 to 200 pounds? How do you do that? Well, you lift some weights and
Yeah,
you
get a little help.
You got some friends.
Yeah.
So then you have to get off of that, and then you have to drop 25 pounds from your body. So your
Back
body's
down.
fully acclimated
Yeah,
to this
but-
new frame. That's a hard cut. And he looks, if you look at the way he looked pre-Tarver fight, like if you go back and watch him fight like James Toney when he was in his prime, you watch him fight like some of the better fights of his career, like the Vinny Pazienza fight where he didn't get hit with one punch.
I remember
for the
that,
entire
yeah.
round.
Oh,
He was nasty.
I've watched
He
that.
was so
fight,
nasty,
man.
but he was also shredded.
Yeah.
He was shredded, and he looked like hard, like
He had the most
He's a
like
rock.
defined bicep.
Yeah,
And that left, his left
yeah.
bicep's twice as big as his
Yeah.
right. So, but when you see him after the Tarver fight, he looks way more smooth. I think that cut was hard, man. I think that cut was hard. And then he probably got off
Yeah.
whatever he got
Yeah,
on.
for sure. Then your
And,
system's not working right.
And if you don't have a good doctor and you're
That's
just
right.
trying to do this with gym bros,
Right.
Next thing you know, you're in those shitty Matrix sequels.
Didn't have any HCG, and all of a sudden,
you remember the Glenn Johnson one? Remember the Glenn Johnson
Man,
one?
I felt bad for him after he was getting rushed
That
out.
was a bad one. And that was off the Tarver fight, right? And so you see, like, all of a sudden, this dude just can't take a shot anymore. And Glenn Johnson, who was one of those unheralded, dangerous dudes that could really
Yeah.
kind of beat anybody. That crazy clamshell
Yeah,
style.
yeah. Who was the
real
boy that
tough.
knocked him out in Australia?
Kawasaki didn't knock him out, right?
No, but
No,
he shut him out though. He shut him out. Yeah,
Kawasaki was just a volume back.
yeah, yeah, for sure. And
Volume.
Roy Jones. He was in his face like, woo,
Yeah.
ba, 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 ba.
Different Roy Jones.
100%.
Different
I mean,
Roy
that's what
Jones.
I'm talking.
Yeah, if you fought the Roy Jones that James Toney had a fight, then
Yeah, that's not happening.
different.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
not
one of the purest power punchers was Julian Jackson.
Oh my God!
Yes, the Hawk.
Oh my God!
You know, Kevin Holland's coach used to work with him.
Really?
Yeah, they're like really good friends. That guy
That
had
guy was established.
that guy had power.
Play the Terry Norris fight. Julian Jackson, Terry Norris.
Danny Green.
Yeah,
Danny
Danny Green. Yeah. I'm gonna use the head real quick. You know my ass.
Very nice. Very nice.
Julian Jackson, Terry Norris.
Right. Dude, you just do
Yeah.
Julian
This
Jackson.
one's this one's
They-
terrifying. This one's terrifying.
Well, Terry Norris, that poor guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's in real
I
rough
don't
shape
think
now.
nobody had more one punch power than Julian Jackson.
No,
No one.
short punches too. Just black.
I used to love him.
Yeah.
Orland Norris, he's good too.
Oh, his brother was a heavyweight, and he was a
I
47.
remember.
47 and 54, right? But watch this Julian Jackson KO. It's so crazy because it's like he just shuts him off. He hit.
And Terry Norris was a killer.
Oh, this is
What
a
you know
prime
coming up.
Terry Norris. This is a prime Terry Norris. This is a dangerous Terry Norris here. But he just catches him. Watch this. Bing. Okay, so that was the first one. So you hurt him with that left hand, but he catches him with the right hand and just freezes him. Oh my God.
I'm gonna get my
Just a
haircut like his.
pure one-punch fighter.
I know.
Some guys just like
Just
to
say,
hit
look at
up.
him stalking.
He's
I would be
He's waiting to
terrified.
hit
Yeah.
you with it.
I would be terrified if that guy was stalking me like that.
It's just he knows. All he has to do is get you once. And every time he hits you, you know it too. Because you're like, oh, shit.
That uppercut.
This is fucking terrifying.
Oh,
So he's already softened him up, and there it is.
Oh, man.
Oh man, he took 2 more. He didn't
I
need
know.
to.
He took 2 more. He was out on his feet, bro. And those were wind-up ones.
Jesus.
The last 2 he took were wind-up ones.
Oh,
Julian
my
Jackson
goodness.
was terrifying.
Dude, and Gerald
I
Short
know,
those
just
punches are.
Wah, wah, wah.
Oh, Gerald
Gerald
McClellan.
McClellan had his number. I felt so bad for him, like because he got sucked so fast in those fights.
You know, Gerald McClellan was a 75-pounder.
Oh, they fought twice.
Gerald McClellan fought Terry Norris?
Julian Jackson.
Oh, that's right. But that's when
Yeah.
Julian went up, right?
Yeah.
So was Julian a middleweight at this time?
I believe so. I
Because
mean, in
the
that
crazy
range,
thing is, like, I didn't know that Gerald McClellan and Julian Jackson were at the same weight class.
Yeah, they wound up fighting twice. I was at one of the fights.
McClellan, though, was like 175, though, right?
At the MGM.
McClellan was so dangerous, man.
My first live boxing card I ever went to was in Vegas at the MGM, and it was all rematches. It was Jesse James Lehan, Azuma Nelson.
Yeah.
It was I think it was Simon Brown and Vincent Petway. It was Julian Jackson, Gerald McClellan, and it was Julio Cesar Chavez and Frankie Randall.
God,
It's
what
all
weight is this
rematches.
at? What weight is this at? Because I know they were trying to set up
Middleweight.
crazy. So that's before. Well, they were talking about a Roy Jones Jr. fight, and I think he was really struggling.
There big time. Yeah, because Gerald
He was
McClellan,
really struggling to make weight.
Gerald took his belt and then they rematched and he swept him. Like
And so the
first
Nigel Ben
round,
fight,
maybe.
that was middleweight as well.
Nigel Ben, man,
That was the one that ended his career.
Joe McClellan.
Yeah.
Dude, he was, I mean, in my opinion, there was a lot of rabbit punching and he wound up having a blood clot in the back of his head.
Well,
after
there's
that
also there was a nasty headbutt in that fight too. But it's also Nigel Ben came back from that first round, which look at that KO! Oh my goodness!
fight. And in the rematch, he sleeps him fast.
Oh my goodness!
So what is going on with his hair?
It was
That's what they
always,
did back then.
what is that?
Didn't collect.
High top
Yeah,
fade.
but I mean, it's like that and
Yeah.
like the sides you can
Oh my
cut.
God! Gerald McClellan just coming at you from the kill, terrifying. That's it. Are they gonna let him count?
He just had, he had his number, man. Beat him both times.
Well, he was one of the scariest punchers of all time.
Yeah, both of them.
But he's another guy who tried to empty the gas tank with Nigel Ben in that first round, and Ben survived. And then he winds up having that brain bleed. That's one of the scariest ones ever, man, because is this the rematch? Okay, let's watch this execution. I remember this.
Yeah, I was at this one.
This was in Vegas?
Yeah, MGM.
Well, once Gerald McClellan knew that he could put it on you, it's like his power was just so nuts for that weight class. But I always wanted to know, like, what does he really weigh? He's like one of those Benavidez guys. Like, when you get in there, what do you really weigh? Because he really struggled with the weight cut. And that's one of, God, right away.
Right away. He gets him early
Just
in this
teeing
one.
off, dude. Teeing off. Yeah, shots to the body. My goodness.
Man, he can't even look up.
He's not even
He's
giving
just
him a
getting
chance to get
executed.
off.
Just getting executed. Every shot's got murder on it. Oh, that left to the body. Oh, my goodness. The power in these fucking punches, man.
Just overwhelmed
Yeah.
him.
Liver shot.
They're giving him a standing 8. Isn't it crazy? Standing 8 count is kind of nuts.
It's the dumbest rule ever.
It's kind of nuts.
You're
because
concussed.
in
So you give you
MMA,
8 seconds to clear your head and get
MMA is
concussed.
the way to do it. It really is.
Well, you remember when Shudo used to do standing 8 counts?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah. What do you think about red cards or yellow cards?
I think they should bring him back.
What would you bring them back for? Stalling?
Stalling. Yeah, that's probably about the only thing you should bring him back for is stalling. Like hanging out too long. Hey, get to work.
I used to like when there was a submission in the Pride, and the referee would be like, "What do you say? Shot!
Catch!
Was it catch?
Catch!
Yeah.
Catch! Yeah, but someone caught something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of Ortega and Lopez?
That's a
Good
good
fight,
fight.
right?
I think
Passing of the guard kind
I
of
think
fight.
Lopez won't get him.
I mean, I'm on that side.
Lopez went through a roller coaster ride in his last fight.
I know.
Imagine that. You got 3 different opponents. You got 3 different weight classes. Everything's changing. Well, you got 2 different opponents, right? But a bunch of different weight classes.
Mhm.
And then Ortega can't make it. And so Ortega steps out. And then he winds up fighting Dan Ige, 50K Ige, on like 40 minutes notice.
Right.
James was chilling at his house. He was trained that day.
Something I didn't know about that, but I was watching DC was actually talking about this, and he said that Ige had been training for 5 or 6 weeks. Obviously, he took the fight on like a 2-hour call. He said Lopez had only been training for 3 weeks.
He took it on
shorter notice.
He had short, because it was short notice for him
because
too.
he got tired in the fight, and everybody's thinking he's got a bad gas tank.
We got to cut weight too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He cut weight to 45.
Yeah, so
right?
he had 3 weeks of training, weight up and down everywhere.
And they fought at 60, right?
And he was able to pull it out.
Didn't they fight at 60?
Yeah, because it was same day weigh-in.
Yeah,
same day weigh-in. Yeah,
it's crazy.
And that was
really like, I don't want you to be cutting weight, kids.
Right, like at this point, like if you make the fight happen, just let him show up.
I think what they really should do, is just find out what you fucking actually weigh and just stop this nonsense.
Yeah.
It should be looked at the same way steroids are looked at. It should be looked at the same way all other kind of cheating is looked at. It's sanctioned cheating.
It is.
You're not really 155 pounds.
I agree with you. Just whatever you weigh, just fight there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And more options for weight classes.
Do you think same-day weigh-ins would change it?
But it would get more guys hurt.
I mean, they
That's
say
the
that
real
because
problem.
of the dehydration.
Yeah, I mean,
and stuff.
this is the reason why McClellan, one of the things they say about head injuries and death in boxing, the vast majority of them don't take place in heavyweight. So the guys who hit the hardest are not the guys who are getting these like horrible brain injuries where they get dead inside the ring.
Because they're not cutting weight.
They're not cutting weight. And the guys who die a lot, like the Duck Koo Kims, like if you look at the guys who die, a lot of them are
was
cutting.
never the same.
Oh my God! How could you be? You killed a guy.
Right.
A lot of those guys that are dying in the weight classes where they cut a lot of weight.
Well, I mean, you're right. So like Sean Brady and Gilbert Burns over the weekend. Like,
there ain't no way Sean Brady's 170.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, just let them fight at
20 minutes.
Just let them fight at 190, right? Just these guys are 190 pounds. They walk into the cage at 190. Right. They should just be fighting at 190.
They should be fighting at 190, and this way they both agree to it. You know, like you can't get any heavier than 194. Whatever. Yeah. But we know what you weigh. Like, let's just make a fight. Yeah, fuck all this weight cutting. It's just cheating. And also, the fucking drama of seeing if a guy dehydrated himself enough 24 hours before a cage fight is somehow or another interesting to people. Where Daniel Cormier pushed it down on that towel, remember that shit?
Right. Oh, yeah.
Remember these things?
That's right. And they cheating if you don't get caught.
It's ridiculous. John Jones and Daniel Cormier were both fucking killers. Let them eat. Let them eat. Let them hydrate themselves. Fuck all this weighing in. You know what you weigh. Figure out what you weigh when you make the contract.
Yeah, and then just that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what you weigh, and be loose about it. If a guy's a pound over, a pound under, who gives a fuck?
Well, how about what
don't
they did?
Dehydrate yourself.
How about what they did to Mikey Musumeci?
Oh, right.
He got up in his situation. Well, I mean, he was going up in weight to fight Cade Rotolo, so he went up to 170, and then like a couple days, like a week before, they're like, no, you got to go back down to 135. Cade Rotolo's out, so and he's the champion, and they treated him like this, and they're like, you got to go back down and cut 30 pounds. He gets sick cutting 30 pounds.
Well, he almost died.
They almost died. And then they took his belt. That's fucked up.
Wait a minute, they took his belt?
Yes, they took his belt
for missing weight.
Wait a minute, really?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, one totally fucked him.
I didn't hear that.
Yes, they took his belt.
I saw an
How
article
can you take his
about
belt when he's in the hospital for trying to do you a favor?
Exactly.
Yes, that's my point exactly.
I was shocked because that's really not what they're supposed to be about.
How are you going to make this fucking guy fight after he almost
they had a statement?
Or after he's cutting 30 pounds? How are you making him do that? He's cutting 30 pounds in 3 days. What's their statement? One speaks out. Okay, what do they say? After recent events, we feel it is necessary to provide additional context on Mikey Musumeci's withdrawal from the 168 card. Sityo Tong and Musumeci set up Musumeci. Mikey was obviously put in a difficult spot when Cade Rotolo withdrew due to injury. When that happened, we worked closely with him and his team on a new opponent. Competing at flyweight was something that he personally requested, as he felt confident that he could make the hydrated limit of 135 pounds for a world title defense. This is not something we pushed to him. to do on short notice or would have ever demanded of a one athlete, given how much we prioritize fighter safety. After Mikey failed weight and hydration tests on Thursday, he requested an opponent's submission grappling contest against Roberto Oliveira, and we continue to work with him to try to keep him on the card. Sidi Altang continued on Musumeci. He ultimately felt it was his best interest to withdraw from the contest, and we are honoring that. But this writing is uncertain when Musumeci will return to one or who will compete for the now vacant belt. Musumeci was diagnosed with pneumomediastinum, a rare condition in which air leaks from a part of the lung. Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
How do you fucking strip a guy when he winds up in the hospital?
Yeah.
Like they didn't fight.
Right, exactly.
That doesn't make any sense. Like imagine if Alex is fighting Khalil Roundtree and in making weight he winds up in the hospital and the fight's canceled. He doesn't lose his belt.
Well, in this organization, it does.
That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying.
That's crazy.
See, another reason why weight cutting should be
It's
not allowed
nonsense. It's nonsense. It's terrible.
They're always gonna fucking do it, girl.
Yeah, but you know what, man? I think it's a part of the culture that can be eradicated. I don't think it's impossible to eradicate it. That's like saying, oh, they can always do steroids. Well, USADA came along and they fixed that,
right.
you know, and now drug-free sport, they fixed it. It's like most of these athletes are pretty clean. There might be a few instances of questionable behavior, perhaps a trip to a foreign land is difficult to get to.
But you're right, for the most part, it is.
For the most part.
Yeah, because we've seen like deteriorations of performance because guys have had to clean up.
The Uberim era was the best era. It was when it was just it was an IQ
I
test.
was just looking at pictures of him today versus Ubery, and it's pretty crazy.
The
'cause he's lost a ton of weight.
How he looks now?
Yeah.
Now he's on a vegan diet and he's all spiritual.
Really?
Yeah, Alistair's like real thin now.
Yeah. What is it? He's maybe what, 200 pounds?
Yeah, he's thinner than he was when he was fighting. That's a weird picture. It's hard to tell from that picture.
It's like a fine, bigger than the other ones.
Well, he's still a big
Yeah, they
fucking
have
guy.
like side by sides of him then and now.
It's hard to tell in that picture. He's always going to be a big guy. You know, he's a massive man. But, you know, when he fought Brock Lesnar, he was just a freak of science. Yeah, he was the freakiest of all freaks. If you just let that dude juice it up like that, that guy back in the day, ooh, he was the most dangerous. Because those kickboxing skills were top notch.
Or how about Vitor when he was on?
Baby.
Yeah, right.
Baby.
Traps up to his ears.
I know, he got the turtle shells.
Back
I
the
feel
old
like
UFC
USADA
days.
robbed us of the real Uberim. Like if Uberim could have stayed Uber.
Yeah.
Could have stayed Uber and just continued at 265 when he fought Brock. Baby.
He'd still be champ.
He must be, man. Bro, them kickboxing skills, his kickboxing skills were super legit. I mean, he was a K1 Grand Prix champion. That is super legit kickboxing skills.
And he wasn't a bad grappler. He had a good guillotine.
Yeah,
He was a good grappler, for
he won the
sure.
Abu Dhabi trials
Yeah.
in Europe.
Yeah.
No, he's legit. And man, that fucking kickboxing, though. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny how, you know, you look back on those days, like especially the juicy days, and you wonder, like, what would the world look like now if we were under the same sort of protocols that were under then? If there was no real, forget about the TRT days because that was everybody lost their fucking mind. That was crazy. You're allowing guys to juice up. That was crazy. But when there was just tests at the weigh-ins, you know, it's a different thing, man.
Yeah.
That's a different thing. Just testing at the weigh-ins.
Yeah.
No randoms.
Right. Yeah. That's for sure.
IVs are fine.
Yeah.
Oh, they are. That's the old days.
Yeah. That is true. It is rough to get hydrated back up though.
Yeah, I don't like. What was the explanation for that? Like doing away with them.
People could use that.
Use it to
Yeah.
mask. All right.
Yeah, apparently there's some ways that you can mask. You just overflood your system with fluids and it cleans out all the traces of whatever metabolites be in there. I guess there's probably a window where it would get back in your urine.
It's hard to get hydrated.
Yeah, that was
back
kind
up,
of my
man.
point because it kind of
Dangerous.
takes away from safety. But I guess
Brother, we shouldn't be doing that. They shouldn't be dehydrating themselves.
That's the
24
point, right?
hours
Like
before
if you
a cage
have
fight.
to
I mean,
have that.
but they are. I know, but it seems like, this. I actually said this to the guys that fought the UFC when I was talking to Ari about it. I was like, dude, this is the first thing you should do. Figure out a way to get rid of the weight classes as they are. Like whoever is a champion in that, keep them as champion, but let them defend the belt at what they actually weigh. Like you gotta this weight cutting is the thing that's gonna fuck us more than anything is if somebody gets really badly hurt because they had a really bad weight cut. Like you know, guys have kidney failure
For sure. And
guys have died.
You lose all the water around your brain and you're taking trouble.
Weight limit? I mean, weight
More weight
classes.
classes. More weight classes. You need a weight class. I think you need one every 10 pounds. But I think we should be a little bit looser on like what a person weighs. I think you should make a contractual obligation to like fight each other. You find out what a person weighs. His natural weight is 175. Do you want to fight him? Your natural weight is 169. You agree that you can't get any higher than 176. Are you cool with that? Yeah. Okay.
I'm cool with that.
That's like total. You don't have to think at all about cutting weight at all. And so the day before the fight, instead of almost dying, you're filling yourself up with carbs and nutrients. You're relaxing. You're gonna have a better performance. It's better for the sport. It's better for the health of the athletes. It's more representation of what a real 155-pound guy looks like. Because you see those guys and they get in there and they're 180, like Drickus.
Yeah.
That is not a 185-pound man. He's fucking massive.
Maybe they need to weigh in the day they're signing the contract to see where both of them are. That way, no shenanigans.
Also, but they need to hydrate you too. Like dudes will fuck around.
I'm sure they'll still cut
So,
weight.
so if we have a hydration thing, like say, if you want to compete, you need to be in shape in your fighting weight, and then we're going to weigh you in. And we're going to check your water levels. We're going to check your hydration. Okay, this is what you actually weigh. You weigh 182 pounds in your prime, ready to go. Okay? Yeah. So this is what you guys are contractually obligated to stay in this range. So you can't get any higher than 183 or 184. You just give them like a 2 pound, I have to take a shit.
No one's gonna be saying their real weight to begin with.
But they won't be able to stop them if they fucking hydrate test them.
Yeah, they test them.
So if they show up, you say to a guy, like, look, we're going to show up. We're going to test you at the weight that you're going to fight at. So you can't get any higher than this, and we're going to make sure that you're not dehydrated. So we're going to check you to make sure that you're not fucking around, like pretending that you're 182 pounds, really 200, and you dehydrate yourself for the last 4 hours. Let's find out what you really weigh.
What they do in like Maryland for like high school wrestling, before the season, the kids have to get the electric, body composition.
Yeah.
Then it sees what they weigh. It sees where their body fat percentage is, and it says you can't go no lower than this. So they basically dictate to them.
They should do a little bit more. They should do blood. They should do blood hydration levels. They should check your urine. They should.
I think that would cost a lot for.
They should just
school system to do it.
Well, I'm not saying schools. No, not school systems. What school systems do is great. I mean, for the UFC, they just need to be sure. Just don't let anybody fuck around like, hey, you showed up at 196. You still want to take the fight? Like, what the fuck? It's 182. What are we doing? Right? Well, it's 196.
The problem is the UFC has the ability to do this. No other organization would have the ability to do this.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the problem, is it? And the UFC obviously could do it like the PI. Like every year, this is what we do.
Yeah,
but no other regional level organizations wouldn't be able to do it, so it'd be a little tougher.
I heard, doesn't California do some kind of, like Andy Foster, do some kind of hydration testing there for athletes?
I think he has a limit on how much you can gain. I think he has a percentage.
North Carolina does that too. They have
but then you're just making sure the guys dehydrated because guys are knuckleheads. Right, they're going to dehydrate themselves anyway to have that size advantage. Especially a guy like McClellan, who's going to take you out in the first round anyway. And they're size bullies.
Yeah.
You should find out what you fucking really weigh and fight at what you really weigh at. It shouldn't be the ultimate weight cutting championship.
Yeah. Better for your chin not to be dehydrated.
Better for everything. Better for the longevity. Better for the health of your physical body. It is literally your weapon of war.
Sure.
Yes, for everything. Recovery, performance, it'd be better fights.
So I like the PI. That's a good.
The PI can do it. Look, it could be done because if it wasn't, then all of a sudden people started doing it. It would be something people could call out. If nobody ever cut weight, and then all of a sudden everybody started cutting weight, everybody like, what the fuck is this shit?
Right.
You're not 170 pounds. This is a lie.
Right.
How are you the 170-pound champion when you weigh 200 pounds? That's crazy.
My wife hates that. That's her biggest peeve with MMA is weight cutting. She's like, that's not even fair.
Well, it is fair because they're both doing it, but it's not right.
It's stupid.
It's stupid. It's bad for everybody.
155 is brutal for me to make. And
165,
that would have been great for me.
That's what I'm saying.
170, I was small for 170.
So all you need is 10 pounds. Every 10 pounds. We go 170 goes to 175, 85, 95, 205, maybe
That's what I
225.
say.
And then
it's
as
super
big
heavy.
as
It's
the
open.
fucking guy is. Because I don't like this 265 bullshit
Yeah, I
either.
agree. I
Well,
agree.
when was the last time you weighed 265?
I mean, actually, right now.
But when you're the biggest you were, how big were you?
305.
Damn. So you would have to lose a fuckload of weight. You'd have to lose 40 fucking pounds. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, that's
Crazy. That's so hard to do. Like when you got a guy like Ngannou does a natural 265, which is nuts. Like he falls right there, like right in the hot zone, like a natural shredded 265. But that's what he really weighs.
Yeah, I mean,
That's his
and it's
actual.
obvious. You
Yeah.
can see it.
He's not cutting weight.
Right,
That's his
right,
actual weight.
Right.
But that,
Do they have the same shit in Bellator or PFL?
yeah, I think they. I don't think they have a
65.
super heavyweight.
Yeah,
I don't think
it's
anybody
insane.
has an active super heavyweight division in MMA that I'm aware of. No big organization. I don't think PFL has it.
Japan really was the only place to put on the crazy
Buck
freak
Wild.
shows.
You know? They didn't give a
loving the
fuck,
steroids.
dude. No, oh, let a 180-pound guy fight a gorilla. They didn't give a fuck. They had Gabby Garcia fight housewives.
I know,
Drag
right?
somebody over and put a big slippers. Get in there,
Genki
lady.
Sudo took on all kinds of giants. over there.
Did he take out Butterbean?
Butterbean.
Took out Butterbean.
And beat him.
Bro, Butterbean can crack.
Yeah,
That guy-
yeah.
That guy, remember that time when he had a boxing match against some football player? Somebody let some poor football player have a boxing match with Butterbean. It might have been a celebrity boxing match, and Butterbean knocked him into another dimension.
He's a tough man.
Bro,
Yeah. He was, what do they used to call him, the king of the 4 rounders?
Yeah.
Because he's so big, he ain't going to distance.
450 fucking pounds.
So all his fights were 4 rounds, so he could go out there and windmill people.
What a goddamn nightmare that guy was. You couldn't hit anything on it.
Look, he was like,
He was doing horribly.
It's like he had 150 sweaters on. You're not going to hurt him.
Like 150 sweaters. Another guy looks natural.
It's got to be Japan.
who is that?
Or something. Yeah.
Who's he fighting
I
there?
mean, he's leg kicking stuff. Royce.
Oh, so this is a kickboxing match, which
Yeah.
is nuts.
You know, when I was at my heaviest, I kind of looked like
Is this a football player he's fighting?
I have no idea. I just typed that in. That's just
Oh, well, it might have been. It might be a football player who trained MMA.
Marcus Raster.
Oh, nice knee to the body.
He's big enough.
But see if you can find, there was a boxing match that he had against some football player dude.
Dude, poor Butterbean. That guy couldn't walk, couldn't anything.
What, now he's fucked up?
Oh, celebrity boxing. That's probably it.
Yeah,
He's
Diamond
messed
Dallas
up.
Cage brought it, like, really did another
Another one of those things
and
on
he
him.
brought him back, man.
Really?
Shout out to DDP. He's such a positive guy.
Yeah.
Like, put him up in
Dallas
the
is the
house,
shit.
feeding him, all that.
He
You know?
does whatever. But he's such a good
Dude,
person.
why, you should, like, it's something to see. Like, he really brought him back. Butterbean couldn't even
Butterbean
walk.
was big
That's
roid
the
fighter.
dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what we watched.
First big
Yeah.
roid fighter.
This poor dude. This poor dude got shot into another dimension.
Oh, he looks like
He looks like he's
yeah.
getting shot.
He deserves it for that fucking stage.
This is one of them guys that, you know, somebody should have told him. Like, this is a bad idea. Eventually, this fucking crazy looking dude is going to catch you. One of these meat
He's
bombs.
going to hit you right in your porn stash.
Yeah.
right?
There's a thing about winning with a porn stash. You know, but you get KO'd with a porn stash on. People,
It's not a
they don't
good
feel
look.
sympathetic to you. They should, you stupid ass with that mustache. See if you can find out where this ends.
Yeah, Butterbean.
Right. Come on, this is a highlight. Whoever did this is a clickbait on this.
So does he stop him here? Maybe this is a
Is this
different
the one
guy.
that goes the distance?
Yeah, this might be
This
the
guy
wrong one.
played
The guy that I
football,
saw him. There it is.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
That's
Oh,
pretty
there it
good.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fast.
He could punch, dude. He could punch. It was just crazy to watch a guy who was only willing to fight 4 rounds.
King of the 4 rounders. It's awesome.
no, he's used to that tough man shit, man. I
Well,
fought in
it's-
that when I was 18.
There's a place for everything, right? Like the bare knuckle thing. Like we were talking about Mike Perry before
Yeah.
we started doing this. That's the perfect spot for that dude. He should have told Jake Paul, "Listen, we need to fight, but let's do bare knuckle,
Right,
pussy.
Yeah.
Let's go."
Or I'll do this, you do that. You know,
It's a
trade 'em.
different thing, man. It's a different thing with that guy.
Well, it's like Matt always says, play to your strengths.
Yeah.
Yeah, no
But you know, you got to take that payday. I mean, what did you make out of that fight. He probably made $10 million.
Yeah, and Jake Paul's very smart, man. Like he gets guys that he's
Bigger than,
the only
younger
time he
than.
fought another boxer his size was
He
Tom
lost.
Fury, and he lost. Tom Fury?
Good
Yeah.
fight, Tommy Fury.
Very
Tommy
good
Fury.
fight. Very good fight. You know, I think he's like any other young up-and-coming boxer. It's just everybody dismisses it because he's a YouTuber.
For sure. It's easy to dismiss him, but I was there when he knocked out Tyron, and I was like, man, I'm done with this kid. I never wanted to corner another fight in my life, man. I was like, yo, he just knocked my boy flat out on his face, man. I was heartbroken.
Bro, he has power. His real power.
And that's why, like, everybody's talking about this Mike Tyson thing. I was like, man, they should not be letting this thing happen.
I really hope he doesn't knock Mike Tyson out.
To me,
I'll just be real bummed out to see Mike get KO'd.
Right,
58 years old.
60.
like, what other sport are we where we let a 58-year-old man compete other than golf?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, why are
Right.
we letting this happen?
It's kind of crazy.
He's made for it, man. Like he's made for
Mike
it.
is.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Listen,
what it
I'm-
is.
Dude, he's perfectly capable of knocking him out.
He is perfectly capable. If he zigs when he should have zagged, Mike can close the distance in a way that he doesn't expect. And Mike also has layers upon layers of attacks that are in his mind. He's forgotten more about
That's what I'm
boxing than
saying.
Jake Paul has ever remembered.
It's just how quickly can it happen? Because how much gas is a guy
Also,
like that going to have?
Why? How does he feel now? He might have been excited when he said he was wanted to do it, but how does he feel now? You got months and months and months of this.
I just want to
Is
see
this
something
wearing
other
on
than those
him?
mitts.
Does he dismiss the? Does he wish he didn't say yes to it? How's his health? How's his back? How's his
He
knees?
seems to be having fun when he's promoting.
Yeah.
You know, he seems to
It's
be
also
It's probably on mushrooms, bro.
and it's also risk versus reward. Like if
Right.
he loses, he's also almost 60. If he wins, fuck, man,
Yeah.
that's another great. Imagine he knocks him
another
out.
layer
It's
of
like, yo,
mystique.
He's a monster. Look, at the end of the day, Mike Tyson's a monster, and if he can get that monster to just move in and close the distance, and if he uncorks a boom on Jake Paul and
Yeah.
watch Jake Paul going to Queer Street, that will be wild. To watch a 58-year-old Mike,
That
that would
would
be
be
best
wild.
case scenario for the world.
I agree.
For sure.
Worst case
Best case
scenario
scenario,
is
yeah.
someone gets hurt.
Yeah, best case scenario for the world is that he knocks Jake Paul out.
Yeah, best case scenario is Jake Paul realizes immediately he's in there with Mike Tyson. That Mike Tyson, at least for a round or two,
First
still
time
be
he
Mike
gets
Tyson.
cracked, it's going to, I guarantee you, his head's going to be like, oh, shit.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens.
how many rounds is it?
I think it's 8
Yeah.
2-minute rounds.
That are 2 minutes?
Yeah, I think they're
minutes?
doing 2-minute rounds. And I think they have. Do they have 10-ounce gloves or 12-ounce gloves,
It's a
Jamie?
lot better than 2 minute rounds.
Yeah.
I think they're making them have slightly bigger gloves, which 14
14.
ounces. That's so sparring gloves.
Yeah, and it's not
Almost.
sanctioned, right? It can't be sanctioned.
It's sanctioned.
It's sanctioned.
It's sanctioned.
How do you sanction that?
Yeehaw. Same place you can own a giraffe. My wife was driving home one day. She saw a zebra.
Same place has more
I
tigers
go,
than
there's a
anybody.
she goes, there's a zebra loose. I go, welcome to Texas, baby.
A zebra?
Yeah, you can have a zebra here. Some dude zebra got out.
They got a few tigers here, right?
It's like,
There's more tigers in captivity in Texas in private collections than in all of the wild of Earth.
How is that true? though?
Yes, that's true.
Don't you, but
Yeah,
you don't hear
yeah.
about tigers getting loose in people's yards.
Because
here,
they fence them in, bro.
so how big are these tigers? Like,
They're tiger tigers.
Like real
Like
tigers.
Real tigers.
Real
Yeah,
tigers.
there's thousands of tigers in private collections in Texas.
Really?
Bro, this is a crazy place. It's a crazy place.
Oh, it's so tight with the weed.
Yeah,
but
they
you,
gotta
but you
bail
can't
on
smoke
that.
weed here.
They got to bail on that. They're also tight with fentanyl tests, which is even crazier. Escaped tiger that had Texas communities on edge finally caught. Oh, yeah, that was around Houston. Bengal tiger was on loose for nearly a week.
Jesus. What was it eating?
That's Houston. So you got all that oil money down there in Houston, and that's where dudes have their own tigers.
That's what I like about New York. You just got to worry about some raccoons and shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, there's a guy in New York that had a fucking tiger in his house in Harlem.
What?
Yeah, there's a photograph, a famous photograph of these cops. See if you find that photo, Jim. The cops are looking through right there, looking through the window. This guy had a tiger in his fucking apartment.
Oh my God.
Look at
Look at that thing.
Bro, how insane is that photo?
Was the guy in there? Was he eating?
I don't think the guy got killed. I think they just found out the guy had a tiger in there, and they had to go in and dart him. And then they had to drag him out of there and take him to the zoo. Yeah, the dude had a 450-pound cat in his fucking apartment.
But like, how do you clean up after that?
Not well.
Get a big litter box.
First of all, that thing's gonna piss everywhere.
I know.
They mark their territory by pissing on things.
They're gonna smell that would happen. Ugh,
Bro,
can't even.
that guy was just tigered out. He was all in.
Regular cat urine's bad enough.
I
Not
know.
that tiger.
Tigers just pissing on your walls.
Oh,
What are you gonna do? Tell it don't do that?
Yeah.
Stop that. You hit it with a fucking newspaper.
Or eat your arm.
Whatever happened to the Tiger King? Is he in jail still?
Yep, still in jail. I had the people who did the documentary on yesterday.
That thing was crazy though. With that kid
Yeah.
killing himself by accident.
Crazy.
And first of all, first of all, you don't find more white trash than but fucking.
You know what's chimp crazy? Chimp crazy. They take it to the next level.
Oh yeah, I'm not watching that.
I am gonna watch it.
Bro, it's nuts. It's nuts.
No.
It's fucking nutty, man. Whew. The people's desire to have these things that can kill them. It's so strange.
I'll just watch the new Planet of the Apes movie. That kid came out.
Is that supposed to be good? What's
Those aren't
good that's
bad,
out
though.
now?
From what I've seen, those aren't bad.
How's that Alien movie? Did you see that?
The new one, no.
I heard it's good.
Really?
Yeah, I heard it's real good. I heard it's scary as fuck. I heard it like goes back to like the first Alien, where they're like hard to find and scary.
Yeah,
Like
they
after
were-
a while, they were everywhere, and you just shoot them.
Right.
You know, like the
Right.
first one, you couldn't even find that fucker.
Hey,
He was
yeah,
like sneaking
couldn't
around.
kill him.
Aliens.
acid blood.
Yeah, he was so
Aliens is
scary.
phenomenal. Aliens was such a great sequel to Alien because it was a different take on it, and then the space marines and fucking Newton, fucking Hicks. Hicks was great. Hudson
Was it good?
Hudson was fucking great. Bill Paxton.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Game
great.
over, man.
Good movie.
Game
It was
over.
a totally different kind of movie, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you got Ridley Scott does the first Alien,
Suspense.
and you got this suspenseful,
Yeah.
terrifying thing, and people start coming up missing, and it's fucking hiding in the
You're
ceiling,
thinking Tom Everett's going to be the hero,
right?
and then all of a sudden he gets taken out. You're like, wait, what?
What?
Oh, it's going to be Sigourney.
Right.
She's the hero.
She was the first male or female
Yeah.
lead of a monster movie, action movie where you didn't go, oh, they're pushing a woman on me.
She's
Like,
right.
you believed it.
Yes.
You believe that this lady scientist got stuck in this fucking spaceship with a demon.
Oh, this is great.
Oh, that movie's so good.
Aliens is so good.
Aliens is good, but Alien is better
No.
because it's hard to kill. And
Last year.
Aliens, they're shooting them left and right. They're all over the place. In the people in Aliens, Alien 1 would have been done in 5 minutes. Like, oh, there it is.
Yeah.
You know? But in this one, they kill so many of them until they get to the mother. And then when the mother doesn't kill her when she's wearing the robot suit, I'm like, shut the fuck up, bitch.
But I
Shut
like
the
that. She's
fuck
like, get away from
But
her,
then you think
you
in the first
bitch.
one, you really didn't know what was going on. In the second one, they were prepared for what they were coming up against.
The thing is, there's too much exposed. I don't buy it. If she's in a robot thing where she's completely encased, okay. But she's just all out
Yeah,
there
why
with
not?
tissue
I agree.
exposed.
Yeah.
Get away from her, you bitch. This is a giant alien. How is that thing not going to fuck? It moves way quicker than people. How's that not going to fuck you up instantaneously with your stupid ass slow robot?
There's so many moments in that though, that movie when they're like when they barricade themselves in the one room, and they're like they have the monitor and they're like they're through the wall. That's inside the room. It can't be inside the room. Also, they look up and then you see Hicks. He looks and he pushes up the tile and you see them all crawling in the front.
Yeah.
That was fucking money.
Fucking money. That was
What a
money.
great movie.
It's a great movie. It's just a different kind of movie, you know?
I was,
Oh,
I was hoping they would have got more into like the engineers, like when they did Prometheus, that they would have got into those people, but they really, it wasn't much of the movie. You know?
Prometheus was good, but the one after Prometheus was better. What was that one, Jeremy? What was the last one?
With Kenny McBride in it, right?
Yes.
That
That was
ended fucked up.
Covenant. Yeah.
I saw
It wasn't Jussie Smollett in that one too? He was. He was in that one.
No
This
kidding.
is a good one. Don. This one's good.
Please tell me he died early.
Because this is another. No, man, he's in there. He's in the spaceship. He's working the controls. This is
Oh, yeah,
This
I saw
one,
this
too.
one. This is a real good one.
This one's fucking good. This one's really good. And again, the aliens in this one, they're hard to get a hold of.
Is that Michael Fassbender?
Yes,
Yep.
yes. So these are the things that
Look
gets
at
me
this.
here.
Oh,
Little spores get inside you from that egg. It's a good one. This is a really good one.
Yeah, I did.
And when these dudes start shaking, when it gets them, it's fucking great. That's a good one.
Yeah.
But I heard the new one is really good too. I think the new one's Ridley Scott too as well, right?
And he's doing a new. Is he doing a new Gladiator? Really?
Did he do the new Gladiator?
I don't know.
Denzel?
I mean, I know.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for
I
that
know
shit.
it's coming out.
Yeah. I'm on the fence with that.
Look, the
They
new
did it.
Gladiator, what?
I'm on the fence with it.
Why?
I don't
How
know,
can you be
man.
on the fence with
I
that?
don't know. I mean,
haven't
Cole
seen
looks like he's like, I don't know. Is he talking like New York slang? Denzel in the fucking thing?
No, man.
Oh, did people said something about his accent, right?
I
What
don't
is
know.
the accent that people have an issue with? Can we hear Denzel? Let's hear his accent.
Where were you born? I don't know. I never knew a mother nor a father. You will be my instrument. Why? Denzel, man.
Sound like a regular dude.
Yeah.
But they want him to have a British accent. They always want people when they're speaking another language and it's translated to English. They always want them to have a British accent.
I know it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where it's Rome.
Right? Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Everyone talks in a different way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. It is kind of weird.
Like this is in India. I mean, you know what I'm saying? No matter
Yeah.
where it is, they want them to
Yeah.
have a British accent.
This is in Rome.
Yeah.
This is in Italy. Why would they? Why do they talk like this? But there's something about like hearing regular modern English in an old timey movie. Like, no,
No, you're like you don't buy it.
yeah, you need an accent. Like Tyrion Lannister.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
All the
yeah.
people in Game of Thrones, they all had an English accent.
Did they speak
Yeah,
Latin
yeah.
with an Italian accent back then, or did they,
That's a good question. I don't think they spoke Latin. I don't think these people were speaking Latin. Were they?
In Rome, they may have been.
Were they speaking Italian or were they speaking Latin?
They would have been speaking Latin.
Okay, but see, here's the question. The reason why I asked this. When Martin Luther was translating the Bible in the 1500s or the 1400s, whenever that was, the reason why the Bible was the priests would be the only one that could tell you the word of God, because they're the only one who could read Latin. So no one spoke Latin, no one read Latin. They couldn't read it. So these people didn't know what was in the Bible until Martin Luther, he translated it into phonetic languages. Translated, I think, German and a couple other languages. It got eventually translated too. So then people could read the Bible for themselves. Whereas before it was just Latin. So when did Latin die off? When did they stop using Latin? Because Latin's a weird one. Like you learn it in school, but you're never gonna fucking use it.
Latin and Greek.
They spoke Latin and Greek. Like when did Latin go? Isn't it crazy? So the Roman Empire, they spoke a language that's dead. It's a dead language. Which
It's
is
just
bananas.
gone now.
Gone.
476. That's probably people stopped speaking it, but priests probably still knew because of everything was written.
Right. So there it is. After the fall of Rome in 476 AD, Latin began to die out and distinct local Latin dialects developed. Wow. So these dialects eventually evolved into modern Romance language like Italian and Spanish, which is crazy. That means those languages are only 500 fucking years old. That's nuts.
But if you see a movie about it, it was English with an English accent.
Right.
Yeah,
Of course. But of course.
Yeah, of course.
Isn't it crazy that those languages, like Italian, is only like 500 years old? Who the
I mean,
fuck would have
and
guessed
there's a
that?
lot of similarities between Spanish and Italian.
Oh
as well.
yeah, they're all Texas is way bigger than all those places. You know, which is nuts. Like Europe, when you look at America, it's basically like Europe, right? But we don't call it different countries.
Right.
But Kentucky is so much different than Los Angeles.
It's
You know?
maybe 1,500 years old.
Oh, that's right. 20. Yeah.
And none of us
15
caught that either.
How did that?
You're just seeing it. You're seeing it. Saying.
Okay. So I'm sorry. 1,500 years. But still, language is developing now. And you would think they're older than that.
Did you guys ever watch? And I watched it more than once. I watched it like at least a few times. The series Rome on HBO.
I have the box
Did you ever see
set.
that?
I haven't seen it.
Oh,
Pretty
I
good.
didn't watch
It's
that.
only, I think it's only 2 seasons,
It's
but it's
only,
really
you know,
good.
they crammed it into 2 seasons.
Well, they said the
The
budget was high.
budget was super high at the time, and it is a fucking great series.
It is very good.
Julio, they're badass. Oh my God,
Yeah,
what a
it's,
great
it's,
show!
it's supposedly that guy's real.
Such a great show.
Who they based it on? They
Watch
based it
this,
on a real
watch
dude.
it. It holds up.
I never heard anything about it.
You
This
should
is what-
watch
This
this.
where is his name Ray Stevenson?
I
right?
highly
think
recommend
He
it.
played the Punisher too, and all
Ray
the actors.
Stevenson's he was
Yeah.
Julio.
That's
in
what
this.
put him on.
And the other guy, Lucius, is
Yeah,
phenomenal.
I want to say that Lucius was
Titus
maybe they
Kulo.
based that on a real guy.
But, oh, listen, it is so great. And if you go to YouTube and watch Lucius and Titus just being badass, or Titus Julio being badass, it is just, oh my God, it's
It was a good
just so,
series.
such a great series.
No shit.
I
I never
can't
heard
recommend
anything
it
about
enough.
it. That's amazing. Good.
Can't
I need
recommend
something
it
new to
enough.
watch.
It's
I
only
just
2
finished the Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, you go through this.
All
This is
right.
only 2 seasons,
I'm down.
and again, I revisited it.
Have you been to Rome?
No. Me and my
Great.
wife, She's waiting for my stomach to get better. I go, look, we might as well just fucking go and put a cork on my ass because I'm not gonna eat it.
Just go while you can.
And I heard you can eat the food over there, and it's not as bad for you.
Not near.
It's way better.
Well, we've got some weird shit going on with our food. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You can eat pasta over there. You feel normal.
No, I
Yeah,
definitely
you feel
eat
fine.
Listen,
Well, they don't have so
They
good.
don't have poison in their foods over there.
It's
my
not,
nice families.
we, Fruit Loops in America are different than Fruit Loops in fucking Canada. Because we
we
allow
put so
all
many
the
different
dirty
chemicals
dyes.
in-
We allow all
yeah.
those funky dyes that are horrible for you. And European countries, they're like, no, that shit's poison. We're like,
Yeah.
give it to the kids. Give the babies the poison.
Loaded
No.
with sugar.
And now loaded with sugar. Well, we never know. When we were kids, nobody ever told you
kidding me?
sugar. Sugar just all it did was rot your teeth. No big deal.
Right.
So shit
That's what it
was-
felt like.
Yeah, you didn't think it was going to kill you.
I grew up on that shit.
Oh,
we all
I used to
did.
take Frosted Flakes and put sugar
Sugar
on top
on
of
it.
it. Remember those days? You get down to bottom of milk with sugar.
And if I had no milk, I had Kool-Aid in there to add to my sugar. Yep.
Water in it.
I remember Travis Luter.
Yeah.
Some guys are like too smart.
Uh-huh.
They're all good. I remember I'm eating raisins in there, and he's eating fucking Kit Kats and shit.
Oh,
I'm like,
yeah.
He's like, sugar. I go, I don't think it works like that. I'm far from a fucking a nutritionist, but I don't think, because I
There's
don't like these
something
fucking
to be
raisins.
said. There is something to be said for drinking things that have a high sugar content after hard training. That's fact. And you know who used to do that? Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather used to be having these crazy workouts, and he would crack open a Pepsi. And people were like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, he's crazy. But no, he's not. He's smart. Like, as hard as that guy worked out,
It replenishes
flooding
your muscle
yourself, and
glycogen right
you're
away.
getting that muscle glycogen in a crazy way that you're really not going to get any other way. Like, I don't recommend drinking soda. I like it. It's fun. I like to drink a soda every now and then, a real one. But he used to drink it after training.
Well, that's what like Paul Felder does, like after like a long bike ride.
Yeah.
He would talk about like drinking a soda.
Yeah, the best times to
Yes.
do it are like they say, either when you wake up just because you're fasted, or after a big workout. They're the safest times.
Yeah, I mean, he's there drinking a Coke. And you would think, like, there's no way this guy, he treats his body like a temple. But he does. He's smart. That guy did it the right way. Never drank, never partied, never was out of shape, never got fat, would run home from the club at 2 o'clock in the morning in his jeans,
Yeah,
just fucking getting in work,
Really drive
never
the
out
car
of shape.
behind him.
Yeah.
He got
Yeah, he
to
was
see all the mistakes.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm not making any of these.
Yeah, he was built different too. Like
Smarter.
Yeah, smarter than everybody.
And
Just
also
brought up
figured
in
out,
it.
I can't knock everybody out, but I can get everybody to want me to get knocked out. And so people come to see me get knocked out, and I beat everybody.
That's right. Yep.
I mean, he's definitely the greatest defensive fighter
Of all time. If boxing is hit and don't get hit, who's better than Floyd? 0 people. How many people cracked him in his career? You know, like
Mosley,
Shane,
yeah.
right? Shane cracked him.
I mean, chop with DeMarcus
Yeah.
Corley
Cracked them once.
And then
Conor McGregor.
the homeboy from Argentina. Homeboy from Argentina. Maidana.
Maidana, the
knocked his
first
tooth out.
Maidana
Yeah.
fight was pretty. I mean,
Maidana
he might
knocked his tooth out and then would carry it around on a necklace. Maidana has Floyd Mayweather's tooth.
Does he really?
Yes. Show it, Jamie. Maidana has
I
Floyd
did not know
Mayweather's
that.
tooth like on a gold necklace.
a lot of people thought Maidana won the first one.
But think about that. Like if
He definitely cracked him at the end of that round and wobbled him. And then it was right at the bell. And so then Floyd got back on his bike and started outboxing him. But Maidana, see, there it is. There's his tooth. See, there it is. He got knocked out, and he keeps
That's
it around his neck.
hilarious.
He keeps it around his fucking
think
neck.
about how good defensively you have to be, and we can count how many times you've been cracked.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. But also could recover.
Yeah, for
Floyd
sure.
could recover. He just had a lot of hand injuries.
How did he find his tooth in that motherfucker? Really? So he's like probably telling this guy, like, get that motherfucker in there. I
You
want a
can
necklace.
see it in the fight. It flies out of his mouth, and one of the cornermen saw it and grabbed it.
Damn.
Yeah,
That's great.
great. That's hilarious. Like, we need that. That's a
That second
souvenir.
Floyd got the ring bigger, and he just destroyed him in the second one because he had more room to run. The first one, Maidana was kept getting him on the ropes, and beating him up.
Well, if you're going to have a rematch with a master technician, he's going to figure out all your little
Well,
Yeah.
he's the shot caller. So
No
Did you
doubt.
see
trying to say how big the ring is and
Super
everything.
Lek in 1FC?
I didn't see that. No.
What is that? Dude, Super Lek is this a badass Muay Thai fighter, and he fought Jonathan Haggerty, who was the champion.
Was that when he hit him with the elbow?
Yeah,
I heard about
Slick.
that. Yeah.
But I saw an interesting breakdown. Here it is. So Haggett, look at this. He caught him with that overtop elbow, like real quick in the fight. I think it was like 40 seconds.
Oh.
Beautiful KO. So they had a real good fight in the first fight. It was 6 years ago, and Haggerty became the champion, and everybody thought, like this can be much different fight. But what I saw that was interesting was someone broke down. There was a video breakdown of his tells that Haggerty has a certain hop, and then he goes in. And then Superlek had timed it, and he tried it earlier in the round and didn't catch it. And in this one, look at this perfect timing. Gets his head off the center line, right on the temple. Oh my God, perfect elbow. This is the thing that I love that ONE FC is doing. I don't love what they did to Mikey Musumeci. But what I love what they're doing is they're having world-class Muay Thai fighters, and they're putting them in these giant cards where like tens of thousands of people see them. It's on Amazon. And then so millions of people are going to see it around the world on Amazon, and it's on the internet. So all these people are going to be able to see it on YouTube. And it's exposing people to these guys that are just like super high-level strikers that you're not going to hear about. 200 fights. Like Rodtang, who would have heard of Rodtang if it wasn't for ONE?
For sure.
Right now, everybody knows who he is.
That fucking elbow reminded me. It just brought me back to Weidman versus Mark Nunes.
Oh my God!
That's the fucking elbow.
Exactly.
That's the fucking elbow.
Exactly.
And that fight, I think, was what inspired Chris Padilla to use the elbow against Ron Zhu over the weekend.
Really?
Yeah, it busted his eye wide open. He stopped the fight because of that.
That's interesting. Yeah, this one's incredible. This is prime.
Oh
my goodness, the timing on that. Dude, prime Weidman was a motherfucker, dude. 100%. He was a motherfucker.
Look at his elbow.
Wando's half man.
My God. Phenomenal.
So clean.
Phenomenal.
Bang, Weidman.
Timing.
Yeah, Chris, he's fighting Anders soon. Eric
Anders.
Yeah,
Eric Anders.
When is that? When is that?
That's in Madison Square Garden.
It is
November 16th.
Ooh, that's a crazy fight.
Yeah, I don't see Chris is in South Carolina now. I don't see him so much. South Carolina, Chris now.
Is he training with Wonder Boy? Who's he training with down there? Does he live down there?
He's got like his own people with like Brian Barberina and
a bunch of nice guys with him.
They got a decent little squad down there from what I hear.
Well, he was throwing kicks in the last fight.
Yeah.
He was throwing hard kicks with that right leg.
I can't watch it.
It's crazy.
I can't watch it.
But it seemed like he was like, trying to prove a point. Like, these things.
He's such a beast, Chris Morgan.
That last fight was a bummer, though. The eye poke thing was a real bummer.
It kind of made it. Yeah, it took away from it a lot. How you wanted it.
It was a bummer. I feel like I keep saying it, but I feel like they should cover those fingertips. There's no reason why they're exposed. Doesn't make any sense. Do it like a bag glove. Cover it like a bag glove.
I mean, I just understand why, like, how they thought this was going to solve the problem. They're like, new gloves, and the guys are still getting poked in the eye.
It's still the same setup.
Yeah,
if you really want, like, I feel like if you're gonna have the fingerless ones, Trevor Whitman's are the best. They're the best.
They curve down, right?
They curve hard.
Yeah.
But your hands stay in this position. Like, you have to struggle to do this. Your hand naturally goes in this position. UFC gloves are still like this.
Yeah. Like, how did they think that was going to be the answer?
You got to cover the fingers. There's no reason to not cover the fingers like a bag glove. Just have a piece of leather that goes over the fingertips. So you have one thing. It's not going to invade your grappling. It's not going to change your striking. It's not going to change anything.
Piece of elastic in there.
Yeah. Just keep it closed. And this way, you at least, if you get poked in the eye, you're getting a blunt thing like this. You're not getting something that goes into your eyeball, right? So have them all covered with something like, and have like a ridge over the top of it, like a soft foam ridge. So even if you're getting poked in the eyes, you're not
better than a finger.
Yeah, you're not getting an individual thing going deep into your eyeball with a fingernail, which is what people get right now.
And
you get fucking fingernails.
Yeah, dirty ass fingernail in your eyeball.
Even if you trim your nails, like my nails are trimmed, I wouldn't want that in my asshole.
Oh, let me look at me today.
Imagine if that's in your asshole.
Yeah,
scratching around inside your asshole, right? And your eyeball is just soft
the boys.
tissue, man.
Yeah, it's worse than little Ant-Man.
My head's like straight there. Of course, scarred. That's where I was going with it. It's like soft tissue in your eyeballs is the scariest soft tissue. We're allowing fingernails to go in there for no reason. You could fix that. You really could fix that by just covering the tips of the fingertips.
I think you should just use Trevor Whitman's glove.
Trevor Whitman's glove is the best.
Yeah, I do too.
You're always going to have thumbs. You know, you remember Roberto Duran and Davey Moore?
Yeah.
Thumbed them right in the eye.
Right.
Dean Thomas, do you want them to use the Trevor Whitman gloves because you feel bad about taking his fucking job?
Well, listen, I can't help it. No. He left the job so he could work on them gloves. So you might as well give him the love.
Trevor Whitman has the best gloves.
Yeah.
He has the best training gloves. He has the best
all his
back
equipment
gloves.
is top.
He uses the best materials. Like the foam he uses is very different. It's like super high tech density foam. It feels better when you're hitting things. I think it protects people from hand injuries better.
Yeah, so they should talk to him.
They did. He apparently wanted some crazy amount of money that the UFC wasn't willing to give.
Trevor.
That's the UFC's perspective. I don't know what Trevor. I love Trevor, but I'm a big fan of his stuff. If it was up to me, I would figure out a way to make that work.
Yeah, for sure.
But apparently he wanted money.
Something crazy. Yeah.
They're like, not only that, Dean Thomas has your fucking other job now.
So that's why.
You do a good job with that.
Well, yeah,
you do.
Thank you very much.
Nobody dresses better.
Yeah, listen, that's I got to, man, because like I'm working with y'all. You know what I'm saying? That's Joe Rogan, DC, and now I gotta have my own thing. You know what I'm saying?
You have a flair.
Yeah.
You got your own Dean Thomas flair.
Yeah, I gotta show up somehow.
Yeah.
You always show up.
Hey, there's some good fights on this card this weekend.
I know.
Bahamondes is a bad motherfucker.
He is a bad motherfucker.
That's a bad motherfucker.
Yeah.
That's an interesting fight on the undercard.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. He's fighting Manuel Torres, who's also good.
Yeah.
That's a good fight, man. That's a real good fight.
That's
one of them under the radar fights.
They put people in here to like the throw. No, so this card
sure
is
did.
people like the throw.
Man, who did Manuel Torres fight his last fight? He beat the hell out of somebody.
He did. Bahamondes throws some wild shit.
Oh yeah, Chris Duncan. Yeah, he busted Chris Duncan.
Yeah. That's going to be an interesting fight. But for me, go scroll all the way up to the top, Jamie. No, the end of the card. I'm very, very interested in the rematch of Alexa Grasso and Valentina.
Yes, me too.
I felt like Valentina did enough to get the nod in the second fight.
I did too.
I felt like some judge gave the last round to Alexa Grasso 10-8.
2 points.
Which I thought was kind of...
Well, you know why, right?
Yeah, she had her
because she had her in the choke.
Yeah,
and like he was just kind of biased from the first choke.
Right.
So he thought that was close enough.
It was kind of close, but it wasn't. I mean, it means something. If you're going to do that, you should do that all the time.
Right.
Anytime someone gets you in a choke and you defend, that's a 10-9 already. You already got a 10-9. Anything more than that, now it's 10-8. Like boxing with knockdowns.
Right.
The scoring is too subjective.
10-8 round is more like when Aljamain had Jan on his back the entire round.
Right.
Threatening, you know what I'm
Smashing
saying?
them.
Getting it at the end of the round doesn't earn you 2 points.
Right. A 10-8 is a dominant round. You dominated the whole round.
And did they give Aljamain 2 points? I don't even think he got 10-8 for that.
All I know is poor Aljo didn't get the respect he deserves after that Calvin Kattar fight, which was a fucking beautiful. It was a fight.
Masterpiece.
It was a great fight.
I think Aljo was just a 45er who was a bad motherfucker at 35, but I think we're going to see the real Aljo at 45.
I think so too. I think he's going to beat old boy in a couple weeks too.
He's so big, man.
Yeah.
I was always like, how the? I saw him in between fights.
He's
like
going to beat Mozart. He's going to beat Mozart in a couple weeks.
Interesting fight.
High level grappling.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very high level.
Back.
When he got Sanhagen's back, that was the quickness.
Oh yeah.
That rear naked choke of his is about as good as it gets in MMA right now.
These top 3
But
fights.
Diego Lopez and Ortega's going to be crazy. That's going to be fucking crazy.
How do you think Ortega, what happened to Ortega last time where he pulled out? Something was up with him.
Supposedly
he got a
weight or something.
Yeah, he got something real bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he got real sick. He got real sick.
Yeah, because they made that fight on, like I said, it was a 3-week notice fight.
He didn't look good the day of the weigh-ins. I do the interviews with fighters. I did an interview with him, and he was like, he just looked tired.
Yeah.
I think he didn't make weight that fight either, remember? He missed weight.
It was a medical withdrawal.
Yeah. So he missed the weight, and then on top of that, they changed the weight class, then on top of that, he never makes it to the fight. He was sick.
It's going to be a wild fight.
Diego Lopez is a fucking assassin.
Zell Hubert is an assassin, too.
I was getting ready to say, that's going to be another banger.
Yeah.
Who do you like on that one? I heard old Cejudo talking about Ribovich. Apparently trains at his gym.
Ribovich is good, man. He's very good. This is a very fun fight. Very fun fight. There's a lot of under the radar fights on this card.
I think it's going to live up to it. I mean, they got a lot of hype on the Sphere, And like the names may not be there, but all these guys are bangers.
Here's the question: do they? You know how they show like on the big screens, you get to see the fights if you're in the stands, like so you can see things that maybe you don't see. Are they going to have it on the whole ceiling?
That's what
I don't know. Hey,
Look it up and see that shit.
you know, like
I think they should.
So I've been at I was at the Apex all week last week, and like it's so secretive. Like everybody's
I
like,
think they should have the fight on the whole ceiling, and then everybody would not know where the fuck
I
to look.
think.
yeah,
They'd be getting knockouts, and people wouldn't even be looking at them. Be like,
yeah.
because it's way cooler to
Are
see.
they-
If they're only going to do it once, how does shit on the
These are
ceiling?
going to be 2 production trucks. Like people at home aren't going to be seeing the whole visual because it's produced for.
That's a very good
Well, apparently
point.
they got
That's a very good
like
point.
2. They hired another director. Like
Wow.
so it's like
A
it's
theater
just been
director,
like it's
someone
just been like
understands that.
crazy.
If they're
Yeah.
smart, which they are, they should make some kind of documentary or something about the making of this shit.
Oh, they probably
You
are.
know what I mean? And so people get to try to see what was going on inside of there that weren't able to get tickets.
I think there's 6 mini movies that play about the
Yeah.
history of combat
They
sports in
said
Mexico.
that. David
Yeah.
said something like that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Crazy. So you spent $20 million on this fucking place. It's nuts.
I think what the original budget was 10.
And they just
Wow.
went over.
So Sean O'Malley and Marab is a perfect fight for it.
Oh yeah.
I know that neither one of them is Mexican, but let that go for a little bit.
Mexico, Mexico, they adopted Marab. Sure, yeah,
No,
it's
he
all
fights
good on
like a
that, yeah.
Mexican. He fights like a Mexican. Really does. God damn, that guy's gas tank is terrifying. He's terrifying because that's a guy that if you empty out early on Marab, you got real
Yeah, you're
problems.
done.
Like the Marlon
Yeah,
Moraes
yeah, no
fight,
doubt.
He's got a chin on him.
he survives.
Apparently so.
He fucking the Marlon fight was nuts,
Mhm.
man.
And
You know
dude,
what's funny
the
about that?
second half of the round
Yes.
he got dropped in, he beat him to death.
Beat him to death.
I know.
Yeah.
He almost
Once
stopped
he got
doing
on
that.
top.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he almost
why
stopped
the
him.
second round happened how it did. He took it out of him in the first round.
Yeah, but Rob is an animal. But Moraes was like a front runner like no other.
No, you're
that
right.
First round with
Cejudo.
Henry Cejudo, I thought Henry Cejudo was going to sleep.
Yeah, right.
Dude, when Marlon was in his prime, when he knocked out Aljo with that switch
Yeah,
kick, bro, he was terrifying. People forgot how good Marlon
No,
was.
he was good.
He was just too big for the weight class too. He was
Yeah.
another guy. There's no way that was healthy.
Right.
He was so big for 35 and just shredded.
And
it.
explosive, man.
And then
Slick.
he had that Mickey Mouse voice to go with it. The little fire plug with that little
Yeah.
voice.
What Marlon had that was so tricky was that left high kick off the front leg.
He caught a
man.
lot of people.
Mhm.
He did it so slick. It was so fast.
Yeah.
He was explosive. He was accurate. He was well rounded. But he did the gas tank, I think, maybe from making the weight or whatever.
It had to do with there was some psychological aspects to it too. I think there was like something when he was the nail. It wasn't as he just didn't stand up. It wasn't like Marab. Like Marab finds a fucking there's a Georgia memory in there of some fucking street fight with a goat.
He's
They're
got
like,
races back.
he's got there's some deep memory of some fucking chaotic thing on a mountain that happened. It's in his brain forever.
You know, you got Sean O'Malley saying that he has. Sean O'Malley says he has no losses. He points out that Cheeto Vera thing, that it's a fluke. If you look at Marab's record, that fight with Frankie Size was a fucking, I don't say it often, it's a fucking robbery if you watch that. And he was just getting over fucking, what he had? Not pneumonia. He had something, he had lingering effects of something. And he still went through that fight. I don't give a fuck. Watch that fight. He won that fight. And then the other one with Simone, Ricky Simone, it was controversial because he was in the choke and the round ended. And then he was like half in, half out, and they're like, "Oh, he's out." And then so it was a weird.
Let's see I haven't seen that. Let me see that. Ricky Simone Marab. I forgot about that.
He's
fight.
shaking to the end of it, and then when it's end of it, it's like out, but in and out. So it's like it was a weird, but it made it to
Well,
the belt.
that's Yan Xiaonan against Zhang Wei Li. Remember at the end of the round, she was out cold.
Oh yeah,
She got
She
choked
was.
unconscious.
She-
and when they woke her up,
Yeah.
she was like, "Okay."
Yeah,
She
yeah.
Man, she was down and throwing ice on her.
Yeah.
Water.
He was
Yeah.
a Carlos
She woke up.
Newton.
But he won because he was the first guy to wake up.
Yeah.
So here it
what
is.
round is that?
Ricky Simone gets him in a guillotine.
Yeah.
That's so nasty. Look how nasty that is.
It's on,
That's
too.
so tight. That's so tight. He's out. He's out right there.
He's out. The arm's hanging.
But he doesn't
No,
stop
no,
it.
he
The left
woke
doesn't
back
stop
up.
it.
He's
He's
still
still
there.
shaking.
Okay. So he's hanging in there. He's
Yeah,
hanging in there.
But where's the second, sir?
He's not tapping. God damn, that guy's got willpower, huh? Look at him. He's not tapping.
He's adjusting it.
He's not defending with his arms either. This is crazy. He's not even defending with his arms. He's just using his neck.
He's gave the thumbs up.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
He's still moving his legs.
I mean, that's
The horn. But now he's like,
He's breathing.
yeah, what the fuck? They stopped the fight. They stopped-
No. You can't say he's out there.
That's what I'm
He's not, you
saying.
can't say he's
So,
out there.
rest in peace, Dr. Sherry.
right.
That was the team.
Dr.
doc.
Walton.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
That's fucked up.
So
That
they
is-
stopped the fight after the fight was over.
Yeah. After the round was over, they
That's-
decided he was out.
Yeah. So I mean, so look, you can look at his record and
But
say
he
could be
protested immediately. He was just laying there with his eyes open. And it looked like he was out because he was fucking exhausted.
Yeah, like he could be like, all right, yeah, that's
But
like
he
a
was
sign of
clearly,
relief.
like, there's no way he would have known if the guy says it's over and he immediately protests. There's no way he could have known to protest if he wasn't awake.
And who was the ref? I don't even
They
recognize
fucked him
him.
in this. So it's like you could look at his record and be like, yo, this guy hasn't lost a fight.
Yeah, there's some, refs are human. They
That's a
make
rough
mistakes.
one though. So it's like,
It's a bad one.
and if you look at the fight before that, that's the robbery of Frankie Size. So you can literally look at this guy and say he never lost. I mean, if you want to,
Well, I think all these moments of adversity just strengthened his resolve anyway.
Oh, yeah.
The guy's a monster now. The
Oh,
Henry
100%.
Cejudo fight was so crazy. When he was carrying Henry Cejudo like a little kid with his tongue hanging out, I was like, this is mad.
It was kind of embarrassing. I
He's
felt
doing
bad for
it to
Henry.
Henry
Yeah.
Cejudo. He wasn't just doing it to some guy who didn't belong in the cage with him. He's doing it to a 2-division world champion who's Olympic gold medalist in wrestling, and he's carrying around like a pillow.
And he walks up with a Mark Zuckerberg.
Yes.
Mark Zuckerberg.
And then he's talking shit while he's choking him.
Yeah,
Talking shit,
he's
like
having
beating the
fun,
fuck
man.
out of him. He was having a great old time. When he had him in that 10-finger guillotine,
Yeah, man.
bro, that's a
Talking
nasty
shit.
spot. That's a,
Yeah.
nasty. I thought he was going to get him there with
Yeah.
that. Like, that's a nasty choke.
yeah, I think he's gonna have his.
I think the craziest moment like that, though, was when Hamzat picked up the leech. And
Oh,
he
yeah, well,
ran him over the
Walter-
top. Give me title shots! I kill him all! He's like carrying him. Yeah. He's carrying him over to Dana. He starts fucking him up right in front of Dana. That dude's wild.
Poor Leach though, like Leach can't get. I mean, they just feed him to everybody.
Leach just fight. You just fight me.
Carlos Prates.
Oh,
And Carlos
man.
Prates put their
Carlos,
hands on him.
Carlos
That guy's
smoking
good.
cigarettes in the locker room, fucking everybody up. He's
He put them
dangerous.
hands
That
on him.
guy's that striking was beautiful.
Yeah,
big
he's
time.
good.
He made that look easy.
He's very, very, very good. That guy's scary.
Where the fuck did he come from?
There's
It's
so
from the-
many of
it's from
those
the
guys.
Fighting
Look at
Nerds,
this.
man.
There he is
Yes.
right here. Yeah, Fighting Nerds, man. They got a great team. But this guy, he's just a fucking killer, man. Carlos just knows how to put it on you. This knee to the body, man, was so nasty. Oh, see the knee to the body before that. They didn't have that in that video. But he had him hurt before this. But he's just fucking accurate.
Dude, he's all limbs, dude.
Oh, look at that.
These guys are built like
Precision.
mosquitoes.
I hate those daddy long legs motherfuckers.
All legs and arms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some good fighters coming up, man. These kids that are coming up, they come into the cage so much better than guys just 5 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
So much
Well, they're
better.
getting so much help from the UFC prior.
Right.
You know, like especially like if you have like the PI behind you, like
Mhm.
like in Mexico, they're like sponsoring
There's
these
a PI
guys.
there
Yeah, they're
now.
sponsoring these
Also,
guys.
there's so many videos now.
Yeah.
That's a big factor.
Uh,
Because, like, when you were coming up, you had VHS tapes.
Mhm.
What the fuck are you going to
Hey,
watch?
They're trying to line and
Productions.
shit. Yeah.
Really? Nobody got a chance to see anything. You didn't really get, unless you saw them in your gym, you didn't get a chance to see, like, real high-level stuff. And now guys, they have a standard in their head that's way higher than everybody's standard from 10, 15
It
years
is
ago.
true. Yeah, no doubt about
These
that.
guys just come in so well-rounded.
And plus, they
knowledge.
start so much younger.
Oh, yeah. That's
And,
a fact.
and kids, the UFC has boosted, wrestling in high schools and
Yeah.
junior leagues and things. So they're just more complete. Like they're growing up now, complete martial artists.
There's no secrets anymore. I remember back in the day, we'd be like, it's the new move. Don't show anybody. Yeah.
Still, the calf kick's only a few years old. That's what's not. This thing said he went his whole career without getting kicked in the calf.
Me too. Yeah.
Crazy.
I'm glad that wasn't around back
How
then.
the fuck did everybody miss that?
I know, right?
Benson Henderson used to throw it,
He did used to. Yeah.
but he never had the kind of results that these guys are having. It's different.
Where did it come from? Like,
Well,
is
it's Muay
it
Thai. I
part of
mean,
Muay Thai?
they've always done it. It just wasn't done that often because guys check it.
Never
And if they
noticed.
check it and they turn out and you
Yeah,
catch it on your foot, I think they do it a lot more in Muay Thai now, though. Because
Even in Muay Thai.
yeah, I think everybody
Maybe it
just
makes
sees
sense when you
what's
see the
going on.
effectiveness.
You
Yeah.
see it in one a lot. In Glory, you see it now a lot. Guys throwing it a lot, man. It's so effective.
You know what's weird? Like in karate combat, like you can't throw it to the thigh. Like it has to be a calf kick.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's weird to me. I'm like, what?
That's
It has to be a calf kick?
That's really
Yeah.
ridiculous.
What do you mean you can't throw it to the
You can't. It's illegal to kick above the knee
Why?
in karate combat.
That's ridiculous.
That's
No
silly.
sense.
What's wrong with
That's the
that?
whole point of karate.
Yeah, that literally makes no sense.
Yeah.
Because what about Kyokushin? What about the ones where they kick the legs all the time? That's karate too.
Not sure why.
You know, take out some of the best karate from karate.
Not sure why that's a rule, but that's
But
a
you can
rule.
ground and pound for like 10 seconds or
You,
something.
you ground and pound until you stop.
Oh.
Yeah, you can ground and pound until you stop, and
But
then
you
they
can't
break it up.
leg kick.
Right, but you
Crazy.
can't kick to the
That's-
thigh.
That seems crazy.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. What's your feeling on that side kick to the knee? Like what Khalil did to Modestus?
Hate it.
No, I don't hate it. I love
I hate
it.
it. I hate it.
You hate it?
Yeah, I think it does nothing but damage a fighter. Like people say, oh, you can knee bar. Well, you can tap to a knee bar. You can't tap to that kick. And if
Rabbi,
the
you
kick
can't-
lands, you're done.
Can't tap to a head kick either.
Yeah, I mean,
Think
whatever.
about
You go
head
to sleep,
kicks.
you go to sleep. That's different to me.
But some head kicks are probably worse than getting knee kicked.
Hmm.
You know, I mean, Leon Edwards and Kamaru, if you ask Kamaru, would you rather take a shot to the knee or that shot to the head? He might take a shot to the knee.
Yeah. I mean,
It
just, you
depends
gotta,
on
you
the
gotta,
hell.
you gotta
If
defend
you
it.
hit
Right?
on time, like
Yeah.
Khalil did, I think
my
I'd rather
God.
get kicked in my head.
That
It's-
one was
It's
horrific.
horrible to watch, but like you
Horrible.
gotta defend it.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like you can't defend it. You gotta defend it.
It's you remember when Darren Till started using it on everybody?
Mhm.
He was like one of the first guys to start
Yeah.
using it on everybody. John Jones, of course.
Yeah,
John Jones
God's
is,
he's the guy with it.
Yeah.
He's so long.
Yeah, that's a shitty one. It gets. I mean, you can't use that.
Like,
full
there's no
force in
intention
sparring.
of
Well, in
other than
sparring,
the
you can't do
right
that.
knee.
No, you definitely can't.
You can't do that in
Definitely
sparring. You've been taking out your
Can you
partner's
imagine?
knees.
I've had guys tell me that they were sparring with guys they didn't know and they did shit like that to them. Side kicks to the knees. I'm like, what the
Yeah.
fuck are we
Now
doing?
it's a
man?
real
No, now you're making a
Yeah.
street fight.
In a sparring match. The guy was telling me about the ATT. They bring in some crazy Russians. You're side kicking your knees.
I mean, not only that, but they was doing like spinning wheel kicks to the head with just hitting you with the heel, and I'm like, yo, what are you doing?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's so
you
hard.
got
That's so hard. If you're in a high level sparring match with a guy where it's like you're getting emotional and then you throw a spinning kick, it's so hard to like slap him with the foot.
Well, I'm
It's so
just saying,
hard
like,
to decide
you know,
to use the
you
foot.
wear shin pads for
Yeah.
a reason to protect, and
Mhm.
but then you're throwing a spinning kick where there's no protection.
Well, that's why gloves are nuts, right? Because you can knee somebody in the face, you can elbow them in the face, you can shin them in the fucking skull.
Right,
But your
God
knuckles are
forbid.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It's
I
kind
never
of crazy.
once sparred with the new. I mean, they came later on, like the gloves that you could. They're not the boxing gloves. The
They're bigger,
puffies.
bigger
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
top.
like
Oh,
the
the
MMA gloves that
practice
got
MMA
sparring,
gloves.
'cause
Yeah.
I always use the 16-ounce gloves because I want to be able to fucking throw, and I grapple in them. But then, like I get in, I get under the butt. You obviously can't make a grip, but then it's not much easier when I can make a grip. So like I get in, I lose it, but it would help my endurance, and I'm gonna be able to make grips. I'm like, when they had the new gloves and people were fucking around with them, I'm like, yeah, but now now we're playing. I didn't have the luxury of fucking 5'6". I have to triple jab in and fight. Like I can't play by I have to throw. So I couldn't throw like realistically with those little gloves.
Right.
So when I see sometimes there's some people sparring, I had one of my girls sparring and this girl Lauren and she brought in another girl and they were doing it with those gloves. I go, look, next time you want me to watch this shit, you're playing right now. I'm not gonna be telling you to fucking do certain things and throw certain things if you're gonna be playing. It's playing. You're playing. It's okay to play. I like to grapple with them, but we have to fight. So I mean, put on some bigger gloves.
I mean,
So
we
you-
do the same thing.
Do you think that there's a time in a fighter's career where they don't have to spar? Is there ever a time where they don't have to spar hard?
If they clock in enough hours, like I guess like Max Holloway, whoever else,
Right.
like possibly.
But even Holloway, when he's getting ready for Gaethje, decided to spar.
Yeah, you have to
Saw the results.
Yeah.
simulate the fight as much as possible because you don't want to feel that for the first time in there. So
The reason
we
why
used to really spar.
I'm asking is because like I was watching Izzy's fight with Dricus, and the thing about that fight is that it looks like at the end Izzy's very tired, and he gets clocked. Like Dricus catches him with some of those wing punches, which he was getting away from for in the earlier rounds, and he catches him, rocks him, and then he hits him with a couple more right hands against the cage, and then immediately gets him in a choke when they goes to the ground, and then Izzy taps. And I always wonder, because that school of thought of like the Marv Marinovich school of thought when BJ was in his prime, was those guys were just doing wild plyometrics and cardio, and that's it. They just like, you know how to fight. We're just going to give you the most fucking insane gas tank you've ever had in your career. And if you can get through this crazy camp of doing box jumps and plyometrics and those fucking all those things they were doing with their feet, throwing them with their feet and their hands, wild shit. And Nick Curson, who I talked about, he's trained under him. Now they have this philosophy that a fighter, like a guy like you or a guy like you, you have so many fights, you know how to fight. You've been there, you've done it. What you really need to do for this camp, because you're getting ready for a fight, is not get injured and have a fucking insane gas tank.
The flip side of that, most recently, and it's not the same thing because the guy could be weathered a little bit. You had that philosophy with Tony Ferguson. Goggins put it. Now look,
that's Tony Ferguson after Gaethje.
But Goggins put him through a fucking cardio session. So
I think Tony Ferguson after Gaethje is a different human.
Yeah, he's been confident.
And then there's also Goggins, but I don't think.
Welcome. Hello. Just one moment. Let me adjust this. Well, just one moment. I can't hear you that well. But I will in a second. Just one moment. Just one moment. Can you hear me? How are you? Yep, you can just click whatever one you want and mute it. Certainly. All right. Do you know who I am? All right. Oh, now. Well, I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. So I've dedicated my life to injecting world peace conversation into the discussion of the world. I additionally talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in general society. Things like how to end world thirst through use of life straws, digging of wells, desalination plants where we take the Earth's seawater and pump it on the land so that we can have potable water. Additionally, I want to end world hunger through the use of technology like the use of vertical farming, hydroponics. I want to use floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, cloud seeding, and agricultural drones. These are just a few ideas that I think might be beneficial to society in the future. Other things about which we discussed fully are things like anti-gravity, antimatter. We discussed dark energy, dark matter. We discussed geothermal power. We discussed tidal power. We discussed human behavior. We discussed faster than light travel. We discussed alien disclosure. We discussed uh, topics such as, in addition to alien disclosure, we discussed life extension technology and mind uploading technology. We talked about de-extinction. Some really mind-blowing, really interesting, really exciting ideas. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and I've been live streaming my life 24/7 for more than 3 years. It's the most amount of data that any person has on the internet. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. What's that? Very interesting. Well, I know they utilize tax even in United Arab Emirates once a week, and it definitely helps the environment there. And like they utilize the same in arid environment and help with agriculture. That's the good stuff. Like, yeah, yeah. Okay, I get the part. We don't. I get it. Sure.
Have you ever had to use force? Have you ever had to use force? Have you ever had to use force? You killed 12 people? Shut up. You killed 12 people? With what weapon? You killed 12 people per day with a gun?
Have you ever lost a have you ever lost a fight? Lost a fight? No, have you ever lost a fight? What happened? Yeah. And you killed 12 people in this job? And, and what did their families say when you have to kill them? Yeah, and you've killed these 12 people, and the government doesn't say, "Hey, you need to stop killing people." They're cool with it. So, like, why have you had to kill someone? Like, what did they do wrong? So you killed 12 people in like 8 months. What if, what are you gonna do if? And so, like, you had to shoot these guys. Do you go to their funerals? And the government's cool with you just killing people? Yeah, but like, aren't these guys like they have like a minor crime and they're on the run for it? Yeah, but right. Sure. Has anybody ever gotten away? Is it, do you have fun doing this? Do you enjoy your job? Really? Are you strong? Are you strong? How many fights have you ever been in? Like while you were working the last 9 months, how many fights have you been in? How many have you won? How many have you lost? You work alone? Do you think you could beat up that other person? All right. Do you think same question? You think you could beat her up? Good on you, dog. No. I understand. But just, I'm wondering, like, if you're in a situation, you're the strongest person, perhaps, in the area. Yep. Are you a fast runner? Are you a fast runner? Are you a fast runner? How quickly can you run a mile? Can you run a 4 minute mile? Okay, then you're a world class track athlete. Then you're a world class track athlete. Sure. Right. That's what? Oh, yeah, yes. Second picture. Yep. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your praise. Do my best to be. No, it is. It when you're searching through the different thumbnails on YouTube, it's a warm color, and people click on it. That's amazing. Yeah.
Valid point.
I mean, these. Well, if you include Chromebooks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But then I have another like 30 devices, cell phones, tablets, and things. Big deal. No, not right now. I don't think it'd be fair to them. I really focus on my streaming 24/7, and we didn't have normal relationships. So I have decided voluntarily or delay any relationship until I go viral. Once I go viral, I can have my pick of the litter, as they say. Right. Right. So you're a streamer. What do you stream on? Right? Part of life. Right, that's part of life. What was that one? Oh yeah, I did see that. I got you. Hey, just a moment. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. I enjoy talking about futurism. I like to program robots. I enjoy golfing, enjoy running, enjoy animals, enjoy people. I like beauty. I like art. I like architecture. I like um, sports. I like being a well-rounded person. Thank you. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I do my best. Thank you. I like you too. You're a nice person. I'm just watching some Joe Rogan.
Correct.
That also makes an operating system for phones.
Of course. Yes.
That's such a wild thing.
I'm just trying to tell you, this is why I'm so frustrated and upset and and worn out and fed up. Okay. Now, let's get to the one that I find most exciting right now. Most exciting at this particular moment. Okay. Because there's new stuff that keeps happening. This is brand new. We realized just recently, a few days ago, and I thought, my God, I'm going to tell this to Rogan. We realized that we can use our monitoring system for active threat assessment. You must know that phrase. It's used in intelligence. We could use it for active threat assessment of AI. We could we could be the first people to spot threats that AIs pose to humanity. It would show up first on our kind of system because we would see content coming from AIs that is a little bit skeptical about humans, or maybe even a little bit threatening, or maybe reaching a new weird level of intelligence. We will be able to see it. It's all ephemeral, so no individual can see it. You have to be collecting a massive amount of personalized ephemeral content and aggregating it and analyzing it. This can be the beacon, active threat assessment of AI.
That sounds like something we're absolutely going to need. And one of the things I was going to bring up when we were discussing this was Google's disastrous launch of their AI system. Their AI system was so bizarrely woke that when they looked for photos of Nazis, they showed multiracial Nazis.
I know.
Which is so crazy. When they had the founding fathers of America, the multiracial founding fathers of America. And it's just a nonsense thing that they've attached to what's supposed to be the most intelligent form of information we have available. Large language models are supposed to be gathering up all the actual information and giving it to us. And instead, they're feeding us complete, total nonsense that just fits with this, for lack of a better term, woke agenda.
Well, I know a whole bunch of stuff I can't tell you. So let's see. What can
I have to use the restroom, so
okay.
let's pause right now.
Yeah.
And let's figure out what you can and can't tell me about AI. And we'll be right back.
Restroom.
Yes. You want to put it on?
I'll put it on when we are live. Oh, we are live?
Yeah. There you go.
Hi everyone, we're live, and I'm putting on a silly sticker.
It says tamebigtech.com. Okay. And we're back. So we were discussing AI.
Yeah. So we
we can actually serve. I know a guy who works in intelligence, and he has a tremendous background in AI. And this was one of the most exciting things he's heard in years, because the question is, how do you know when these AIs are becoming a threat? We'll be able to see it well in advance, because we'll see a change in the nature of the kind of intelligence that they're expressing, and we'll start to see statements that probably would make people nervous, indicating a little bit of hostility towards humanity, some doubts maybe. We can be screening for that. We can be looking for that, and I hope get some sort of handle on it, before something terrible happens, because these AIs are a serious threat to our existence. They're literally an existential threat. Stephen Hawking said that. Elon Musk has said it from time to time, and it's true, because they will have worldwide control of our financial systems, our communication systems, and our weapon systems. If they don't like us, if they consider us a threat, which, by the way, we are, if they consider us a threat, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we didn't see some sort of what's that kind of attack that George W. did, like in advance before they get you?
Preemptive?
Yes, I could see the AIs preemptively attacking us if they saw us as a threat.
Or wouldn't they just baffle us with bullshit until we're reduced to being ineffective? I mean, if they're the arbiters of information in the future, wouldn't they just manipulate us with an understanding that over time, just like what Google's done, with over time with search engines and search results suggestions, that they would just slowly steer us towards the place that they want to put us in?
I mean, the idiocracy, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're kind of on that place, right? You better thank a union member. We're kind of on the way right now.
I think we are. Look, here's the thing with AI, which I've written about. This topic. Yeah, that's to be expected. What does that mean? You're the onward world champion? What does that mean? So you're the best person in the entire world, the odd world? That's amazing, dude. Congratulations.
So I'm gonna look up this game. Describe Onward to me. What's Onward like? Wait, Onworld or One World? And you're the world champion at it.
That's amazing, God.
Why is it really taking multiple times? Wow. Very, very nice. That's a good temperature. You want to know the cure to cancer? You want to know the cure to cancer? It's vitamin B17, which is also known as amygdalin, which is also known as lyocell. It is available in the seeds of fruits. So it's in apple seeds, peach pits, it's in cherry pits. And I bet you don't eat the seeds of any of the fruits that you eat. Is that correct? That's why you've gotten cancer. So, and here, I'm going to tell you, this is the fourth night in a row I've had this conversation. Every single person who hears it knows it. Okay, so you can watch a documentary from 1976. It's called The World Without Cancer. It'll tell you all the science that you need to know about this. If you're familiar with scurvy, when British, in particular, sailors were on the open seas, they would develop a disease called scurvy due to lack of vitamin C. And so, in order to combat scurvy, the British Admiralty would ensure that citrus fruits were available, especially for long journeys. Well, in the same way that scurvy is caused from a lack of vitamin C, cancer is caused from a lack of vitamin B17. And what I'm going to say to you is going to make a lot of sense. You never find cancer in animals in the wild, only once they have a domesticated diet. You never find people of Inuit, like Eskimo people, they never get cancer. 100% of the time, they've never had a documented case of cancer. And many Indian tribes, many indigenous tribes are the same manner. Why is this? Because they're naturally, they get the diet that they get these vitamin B17 from grasses, from the animals that they eat. Like the Inuit people eat fish, but the fish are high in B17 because they eat grasses. And you likely eat a Western diet, and you don't ever get any of these nutrients, particularly sorghum or some of the other things that were available in the diet of a person but 100 years ago, but are no longer available. But I can tell you right now, you don't have to worry about cancer anymore if you just eat seeds, and you have the money for it. This is what you need to do. You need to go to Amazon.com and just look up bitter apricot fertilizer and just read the reviews. I want you to take 10 minutes as a cancer survivor and someone who likely is going to get it again if you don't look at this. Read the reviews of the people and what they say. They say, I've been cancer free for 13 years. This saved me. Other people are like, I haven't had cancer in 8 years. My wife was saved from cancer. I want you to go to Amazon.com, read bitter apricot fertilizer. Take your time. I'm here for you. Absolutely. But I'm going to save your life. It's an interesting opportunity. And wouldn't it make sense to you? Wouldn't it make sense to you that cancer isn't any kind of thing that is anything different than just something that's very natural? No. I'm saying the cure to it would be natural. That you wouldn't have to go and make some kind of concoction, or you don't need some kind of special injection. No, it's literally in fruit and special practice. And I could tell because I could tell how you eat your fruit by hearing that you've had cancer before. Because if you ate fruit the way that animals eat fruit, you ever watch an animal eat fruit? It eats the core of the fruit first, then it eats the fleshy exterior. And we do the opposite. We eat the fleshy exterior, and generally most people throw away the core. In fact, we have been taught for years to throw away apple cores, to be told that that is waste, but in reality, that is the key to cancer. bitter apricot kernel. Yeah, it should have like 5,000 reviews, 4.5 stars. There you go. Perfect. Now just go to the reviews. So you want to go to the review section, and there's a little search bar for just the reviews. And you want to type in that search bar the word cancer, CANCER. And you'll be like, wow, this is the cure. Now, you don't have to just buy these. It's in apple seeds, it's in apricot kernels, it's in cherry pits, it's in all kinds of things that you're not trying to use. It's in peach pits, it's in grasses, it's in a lot of things. But it's okay, so let me do it. I'll tell you what kind to look up. Just one second. I go to Amazon.com and I'm gonna look at bitter apricot kernels. BRCTER apricot KER. And so do you see one that's the bitter apricot kernel? I think this is the one you had the raw grape. Click in it and then go into the search. Top reviews, right reviews, see more reviews. And then go see review, and then see more reviews. I'm going to search. And filter. Oh yeah. Right. That's right. Yes. Okay. So I yeah. I'm looking. Okay, I see customer reviews. Right review. I'm looking for where you can search reviews. And it may only be in the app that you can search the review that way. But if you have the opportunity, you can. Excellent. Okay, and you type in the word cancer and nothing shows. No, you're spelling the word cancer incorrectly. It's CANCG. Now, read the reviews that mention cancer. I do. Read the reviews. I, that's, technically, water can kill you. Technically, water can kill you. Technically, water can kill you. Exactly. 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 So if I were you and I had not been through it, I would right now order. I mean, I don't hold stock in this company. I'm not in it. I just want to help you. Order them and then eat 8 to 10 a day. You'll never have cancer again. Suicide. Um, I'm on board. I prefer iOS for its simplicity, but I appreciate Android for its features. Pretty well. We have lunch apps on the App Store and Google Play. Correct? We have lunch stuff. A car wash app so that anywhere you're located, someone will come to you and wash your car. Yeah, we launched it about 5 years ago. It was called Mobile Watch. The IOWS. Yeah, and then you can ask it to send it again. And if that doesn't work, you can call them. You can tell them that you're having trouble booking it. I was hired as a manager of an organization, and the investor gave me as much time as I needed, and I was able to turn a company into an app in about 6 months. Yeah, so I got paid a salary, and as manager, and I was able to launch it, and I got some cash bonuses here and there, and then was able to use it for a couple of years, and then eventually was able to do different other things, but was able to work under a tight schedule and make it very successful. Were you able to get it in your account?
Presented lots and lots of smart people in multiple fields with this challenge for years. How does the brain work? Tell me how the brain works without introducing a metaphor, like a computer metaphor. And I've never found anyone who could do it. Never. Even at the Max Planck Institute in Berlin, where I confronted a whole bunch of people with this challenge. And then I kept up in touch with them for months afterwards. Nothing. We just tell ourselves stories. We make up silly stories.
A placeholder.
Yeah. But you see, but transduction, neural transduction, that's not one of these placeholders. It's something that we can test. And look at the fascination that's been now for decades with DMT. What the heck is that? And why is it produced by so many different plants and animals? And why does it produce in people a most extraordinary experience? I haven't tried it, but I certainly know people who have. In fact, I said that I was giving a spiel like this to some of my staff, and one woman immediately said, she said, "Oh, well, it changed my life." I go, "You tried DMT?" She said, "Yeah." She said, "The problem was I did it twice, and I didn't need to do it twice because it completely changed my life the first time." And then another woman was sitting there goes, "Well, I did too." And she said the same thing. She said that the reality that she experienced on DMT was much realer than the reality she experiences in her life.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Has that been your experience as well?
That's what everybody says.
Yeah.
It's whatever it is. It doesn't seem like an illusion. It seems like another reality.
Well, again, it's produced mainly at night by the pineal gland.
Not necessarily. Rick Strassman from, Rick, he now believes that it's produced in the brain itself. And it's also produced in the liver and the lungs, and it might not be the pineal gland that's producing it at all. They've kind of changed their perspective on that with the Cottonwood Research Foundation, some of the studies they've been doing on it. But they know that in some animals, it's produced there as well. I mean, they're doing rat studies, but it's whatever it is. It's produced by the liver, the lungs. It's like it's endogenous. It's the most potent psychedelic known to man, and the human body makes it, and it's illegal. And that's what Terrence McKenna had the greatest line about that. He said everybody's holding,
I know.
which is funny.
It
Because
is
like
funny.
you have a Schedule 1 substance that's made by the human body. It's literally like making saliva illegal. It's the stupidest thing ever.
But think about this. We don't know what it does. We
No.
don't know what it's for.
Right.
But it's out there all over the place.
Right.
And people do have these very unique experiences on it. And people over and over again say that reality is more real than this reality.
Well, you know, it's also very similar in its compound to psilocybin, especially when
Right.
it's processed by the body. And that's one of the more interesting theories about it.
Did you say something?
We're eating mushrooms that were growing on the cow path.
Okay. So, you know, that I'm not getting sexual. I don't want to be on because I'm not your friend. I'm just watching.
Induced glossolalia, creates language, all these things, associating sounds with objects, but all these things blossom. And then there's the doubling of the human brain size, which coincides in a timeline with that. Dennis McKenna does the best job of explaining it. Terrence was, you know, a bard and a fascinating sort of a philosopher, but his brother Dennis is a hardcore scientist. And the way he explains it, he talks about the actual physical mechanisms, the different things that happen to the human body when they encounter this substance. Which also, there's a bunch of different ways that people endogenously stimulate it. There's holotropic breathing it's probably stimulating that. There's a bunch of different states of meditation that people can achieve. There's Kundalini yoga, which I know people that have both done DMT and are regular practitioners of Kundalini yoga, and they seem to think, or they seem to at least state that they can achieve these states of consciousness without taking the actual drug itself. They can force their brain into making it.
I think what's happening is that the pathway, the quality of the connection is being changed. And I think that's what we can test. And so I've been working with people in multiple fields.
Are you saying that you think we're connected to it always, and then the quality of the connection is changed by taking ayahuasca or taking dimethyltryptamine? That's what's happening. So it's just enhancing the quality of the connection.
Correct. And I think at the opposite extreme, there are a lot of things that go wrong with our brain. Maybe when we just get drunk, or maybe when we get clubbed, or that really
diminish the connection,
diminish it, or just cut it temporarily.
Right.
And I think all of this is testable. And the only problem is, so far, the neurosciences labs have not been looking for this. They've just never looked for evidence of transduction. But I think when we start looking for it, we're going to find it. And that can make two big changes in the way we see everything. It can make a change in that we finally begin to understand how the brain makes us as intelligent as we are. It turns out it's not a self-contained processing unit, so it's not playing the role we thought it was playing, but it is very critical in the transduction process. Very critical. It's preparing content for transduction, and of course it's bidirectional. Well, the microphone is unidirectional, but the brain is a bidirectional transducer. So, and it'll change the way we see the structure of the universe.
So it's interfacing with consciousness rather than being conscious itself.
Oh, it's not consciousness. No, it's an avenue. It's a pathway, and that is what is connecting us with all this other stuff. This stuff. My mom, who passed away about a year and a half ago, but my mom, in those last couple of years, she kept saying that she was hearing music, And she loved music. She always loved music, but she was hearing music that she had never heard before, she said. And she would sometimes try to hum the music or sing the music. And she said it was always coming from downstairs. And then people would say, my mom was very, she was very sarcastic in her manner. And so someone would say, well, I don't hear anything. And she'd go, well, maybe you should get